Inquiry to resume. First of all, I think just to say thank you very much, everybody, for making such an effort to cool down the room. Certainly at the moment it's perfect. So hopefully it'll be like this later on in the day. We'll see. Thank you for the extra fans. I think person at the back there looking at you. A jolly good idea. I'm liking that, just sitting there. Obviously, don't forget to collect them up at the end of the day, though. Just the usual announcements. Mobile phones, please, to silent, and fire exits if we do hear the fire alarm, either side of the room, down the stairs and out onto the council car park, and obviously not coming into the building until we're told it's safe to do so. Everybody all right, even in this heat, to get down the stairs? Yes, do you think? If there is a problem, obviously, tell anybody really, and arrangements will be made. Just a couple of things. First of all, in order to try and keep the room cool, if everybody could just, if possible, leave during the breaks, and then the air conditioning units can be turned full up and we can try and get everything cool again. I think that's probably the best idea. It was mooted that maybe we might start earlier again tomorrow, 9 o'clock. I know some of you are travelling in, so I don't know whether that's might be a problem. But I think it's going to get hot later on in the day, so...
Well, yeah.
Those who aren't here coming tomorrow, they'll need to know about that, won't they?
Well, they would need to know, I suppose.
Those who aren't here but who are coming tomorrow can.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we can...
will need to know, but it's fine with us.
But I mean, it might very well be that Mr. Dobson's, still being cross-examined.
It could be, yeah. I don't. Is that? I can't remember what the.
Well, I mean, we are quite tight today for time, although we don't have to get out of the room now.
Got it.
Which is good, because I think the council have decided they're going to move their meeting online. Which
what an idea!
Yeah, slightly ironical.
What a sensible idea.
But anyway, I mean, I don't think we'll want to, sort of gone too late. What I was going to ask, actually, just to confirm the time estimates for Mr. Dobson. So, in chief...
It was what I said, which is 2 hours.
Cross-exam?
Probably a couple of hours, I think. Or more or less.
More or less.
More or less.
Mr. Bell, realistic now, please.
Having watched Friday's session and having spoken to my clients, it's unlikely that I'll have any questions, I suspect, but just in case.
If that were so, we'll finish Mr. Dobson today.
Yes,
obviously.
Indeed. Right, okay. So, yes, we will need to, in that case, because we have Mr. Gardner first. Is it?
It's Mr. Oh, can I say something about that? Yeah, I've heard from Mr. Young today, who's apparently been talking to Mr. Bell behind the scenes, and they've decided between them that they would prefer Mr. Spilsbury to go first, and then Mr. Gardner, as I understand it. And then, as I understand it, even though this is slightly fiddling around in terms of what party, but I mean, we're fine by us. It would go like this: Spilsbury, Gardner, and then Mr. Finch, and then Mr. Mitford Slade. So it would go Kent, and then Continuum, and then Kent again, and then finally Mr. Mitford Slade.
Anybody think to tell my programme officer that?
Sorry, I didn't hear you say. I didn't know what you said.
I just wondered if anyone thought to tell my
Mr.
programme
Young
officer
says
that.
he's emailed the programme officers. The email I had from Mr. Young this morning, somebody had emailed.
Right. Well, I've just found out this morning, but that's just to say, if that is the proposal, we're neutral as to what order everyone goes in. So whatever.
Okay. Well, as it happens, I don't have an objection to that. Yeah, well, exactly timing. So that would mean that Mr. Spilsbury would need to be here at
he'd be here first, wouldn't he, at 9, Mr. Spilsbury? So we need to check,
We haven't
presumably.
got anyone from Kent here, have we?
Not today. Mr.
No.
Young is responding to emails. I can.
I'll email him
Fine.
now.
Mr. Bell can. Okay. We'll let them know the suggestion
Or just
for 9.
see if it's acceptable with them.
Yeah.
But if we finish Mr. Dobson, I suppose it's less time critical, really. We were just thinking maybe if we spilled it over onto tomorrow. That was all.
Could I ask a question? It's difficult. It's only Mr. Bell who can be one of the people who answers it. But I notice in the timetable, obviously I'm cross-examining Mr. Spilsbury and I'm cross-examining Mr. Gardner.
Yeah.
But also there's 30 minutes down to sort of crossfire, if you like, cross-examination from Kent cross-examining Mr. Gardner and Mr. Bell cross-examining Mr. Spilsbury is down as well, even though I sort of appreciate analytically why they would want to, in as much as you've got 2 viability witnesses who are saying very different things in different directions, but in the end, I'll leave it to you. I mean, obviously I'll be asking both of them questions, challenging them both. Is it worth,
Well, I should think the thing is that they won't obviously be repeating,
okay, fair
will
enough.
they? So no doubt, if you've asked all the questions they wanted to
I'm
ask
sure there'll be
them-
things that I've missed, I'm sure, but okay, fine. If you're fine. I mean, in some ways, they're both objecting to the scheme on viability from different points of view, and so it's objectors cross-examining one another.
Well, I
but-
suppose so, but
But yeah,
viability evidence, it is a bit of a, sort of.
fine. No, fair enough. Fine. And then Mr. Finch comes the next day before Mr. Mitford Slade starts, is the idea.
That's correct. Okay. Now, is it? I thought I was told there was to be a statement of common ground on viability.
Yeah. Well, we got one we got a draft from Mr. Spilsbury on Thursday at some point. I'm looking at. Yeah, it was during the day, and we have sent it back. It's with him at the moment, and I think it's finalised. We think. It's with Mr. Huh? We'll chase it now. I'm not actually sure it's going to be quite as helpful as Mr. Young thought, but anyway, it's obviously you can. Hopefully, it can be circulated.
It's a bit late, really.
I agree.
Isn't it?
Well, look, you might not. I mean, let me just say some. I'll just say this, and then you can decide how much you want to read it or think about it. As between us and Kent, there's a completely different scenario with the Rule 6 party, but just as between us and Kent, the viability analysis is completely contingent on road costs. And by
Yes.
that, what I mean is, it is. I mean, it's never quite this simple, but it almost is as simple as, on Kent's road costs, we don't contest that we are viable. On our road costs, their own analysis shows that we are viable. So, what happens to viability on between us and Kent is completely dependent, like in a binary way, on whether you input our road costs or theirs. And so,
Yes.
in some ways, a detailed statement of common ground is always helpful. It'd be better to have one a week or two ago, I would, or more. But ultimately, it's going to come with Kent. It really does hone on this major issue. With Continuum, there's many more things
Yes,
to talk
indeed.
about.
I mean, and it's probably more focused than that, isn't it? Because a lot of it is to do with the contingency.
That's right.
I can't remember
So-
the name of that.
The scope risk.
That's it. The scope risk
and
assessment.
when you look at the big differences, I don't want to get into viability, just so you understand why I'm not as optimistic about it. The statement of common ground being worth you spending too much time
Yeah.
on. It's because there's actually the biggest difference in between the two FVA appraisals, Kent and us. It's actually finance costs, and you think, golly, why on earth, or I thought anyway, why on earth is there almost £500 million between us on finance costs? And the reason is, it all comes down to the same point, which is, do you use their highways costs with the contingencies, or do you use ours? And with Kent, it is as simple, it's not simple, but you know what I mean, but it is, the issue is as simple as that, one way or the other. So Mr. Spilsbury's used our viability witness has used ours, and so there'll be an awful lot of baton passing to the costs session in 2 weeks' time. That's my own analysis of it anyway. We'll see what happens tomorrow. And yes, obviously, completely different situation with Mr. Gardner. Not intended to capture any of the things he says because it's very different points of difference between us. Yes. The point about the contingencies and the level that they should be at, the level of risk buffers and all of that stuff, it won't so much be for Mr. Spilsby. That's something that Mr. Finch talks about more. So far as the stats guys go, the actual surveyors with the spreadsheets, it does come down to this point about highways costs and risk. Anyway, sorry, that was anticipating tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's fine then. So in terms of statement of common ground, right? Okay.
Yeah. Well, hopefully later today. Then we'll see. Kent, it's with Kent to circulate. As soon as they circulate it, you'll have it. But bear that in mind when you read it through. There's quite a lot of things that aren't noted as agreed, but actually make no determinative difference in the analysis. If you see what I mean. So I won't be asking about any of them. Mr. Young may well, of course.
Right. Okay. Now the next thing is on the costs evidence.
Yes.
I know that Mr. Gearing said he was doing a rebuttal.
Yes. We've got two
tomorrow?
rebuttals. Yeah. Are they due tomorrow? They are due tomorrow, and there are.
So who am I getting a rebuttals from?
I will tell you right now. Sorry, I thought we'd told you about that. I'll tell you now.
Have you? Well.
No, we may not have done.
Well, you might have
There'll be
done.
so Mr. Gearing's already done one rebuttal, as you're aware.
Well, I haven't had it yet, have I? Sam?
No. You have he's already done. His first proof. Sorry,
Oh,
his
it's not a
first.
proof.
Huh?
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's a rebuttal.
It was a
of Mr.
rebuttal.
Parks.
So
Yes,
he's
yes,
done.
yes.
That was his first rebuttal. So
Yes.
tomorrow you're going to get his second rebuttal, which is to Mr. Dadswell. Parks of Alan Dadswell. Sorry, Mr. Parks of Dadswell's. So that's from Mr. Gearing, and to go along with that, there will be a further rebuttal to Mr. Parks from Stephen Goodwin, Steven Goodwin, who is a managing director of GVE Commercial Solutions, which is a specialist commercial quantity surveying firm, and he is a well, you'll see, but he's a specialist in costs and in commercial contracts for infrastructure.
And he's also rebutting Mr. Parks.
He's doing exactly right. He's rebutting Mr. Parks. We're only rebutting Mr. Parks because that's all we've got, permission to do. We're not reopening other things. So those two things will be. Is it tomorrow? I think tomorrow's the deadline, so you'll have them both tomorrow.
So do we know whether Mr. Parks is putting in anything more?
I don't think he's allowed to, because do you remember what
No, he's not.
He's got nothing to rebut. He's put in a fresh proof
No,
of
that's true,
evidence.
hasn't he?
You've allowed him to do that, which is
Yeah,
obviously
no.
fine. That ship has sailed, but we are now allowed to rebut him. He can't keep producing new stuff, or
What
else
about
we're.
Mr. Birchall? He couldn't either, could he?
He's already done. Everyone else has already. The only reason that we're putting this stuff in late.
No, I do know that. Yeah. Okay.
So I think if Kent, are we expecting anything more from Kent? I really hope we're not, but we'll see. If we do, the hope is that, as Mr. Gearing says, after tomorrow, after tomorrow we'll have the full costs suite of stuff, evidence, and then we can begin work on narrowing things down to a statement of common ground. I mean, the good news, if you're looking to be glass half full on costs, is that we are now we're down to essentially 4 big items, and so we'll be able to just focus on them. And even there's give now, and the parties are coming closer. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, hopefully no evidence from Kent tomorrow, just us.
So, in terms of there's a statement of common ground to be provided, again, it's very near, isn't it? Because
Let's
the
just
costs is.
Yeah,
the
it hasn't.
week
The statement of
after
common ground has not begun yet. In terms of work on it. Sorry.
So when do you think that's?
We have been trying for a while. Yeah. The evidence is being heard the week of the 15th.
Immediately we come back from our break, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could set a dead goal.
Well, you can provide it, but I think it's very unlikely I'll be able to look at it beforehand then, because
Okay, well we'll do our. I mean, we've been trying to do one for months now, so
Okay.
we'll try and do one.
well, I mean, would you? So, all right, if you're going to try and get it in, when should we say then? A week before? Well, what about Tuesday the 1st? No, that's when we hear it, isn't it? Oh, hold on.
When Mr.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Dadswell starts.
The 8th. Yeah.
Well, let's say if you direct that, as it were, that might help actually, because we
Okay,
can go
fine.
to the Kent and say we've been told it's got to be a week tomorrow. Okay, fine. So let's go operate on that basis. Then at least that'll flush out what we're able to say at that stage.
All right, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And there's no more rebuttals that are going to turn up, I hope, is there?
I hope not. I think
planning.
there really shouldn't be.
Have we got?
Deadline's gone, right? I think the deadline's come and gone. So.
Right, okay, but that doesn't seem to make much.
Well, look, we've fair critique. I say fair critique. We've always asked for permission before putting late things in. Not all of the parties
Still
have
put them in,
adopted that discipline. We've put in a rebuttal from Mr. Dobson, who you're about to hear from, and then it's only from us after that. After we've got through costs and viability, it's just Mrs. Dickinson and Mr. Bashforth, and neither of them have rebuttals. So
No. And any rebuttals?
no more
from anyone
rebuttals
else?
is the long and the short of it.
No.
No more rebuttals. I think the evidence is actually going to be before you in totality tomorrow.
Good. All right. It's really good.
It's only taken 6 months.
All right, and we are actually on day 30. If anyone's interested, I think.
Wow.
Correct.
Doesn't feel any more than a week old.
Right. Anyway, I think if there's nothing else, has anybody else got anything to raise? Should we start with Mr. Dobson then?
Do you mind if I move one seat across? Because if I'm talking to this microphone, I'm going to be talking to the wall.
Okay, yeah. Move where you like.
And then
yeah,
we'll
'cause
kick
I
off.
see what you mean, because you're.
I'm
further
going
forward,
to
aren't
swivel.
you? Right, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you all settled in? You turn that microphone on. Lovely. Good morning, Mr. Dobson. You have produced, Mr. Dobson, a proof of evidence, which is, just for everyone's note, 37.9.2, and you've also done a rebuttal proof of evidence, which was in rebuttal to Mr. Pestel, who we heard from last week, and that is document 37.9.4. Before we get into an introduction of you to the inquiry, just to be clear, what's your evidence, on what are you seeking to advise the Inspector and the Secretary of State? What's your evidence about?
My evidence is responding to the Secretary of State's request in her letter calling in the application that she'd like to be informed about the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for building a strong and competitive economy.
So we're talking MPPF Chapter 6.
Yes.
That's what we obviously saw last week. Just to check, is everyone hearing Mr. Dobson okay? You might need to basically scooch up as far as you can to the microphone. It's a bit of a nightmare, really.
Is that better?
Okay, lovely. Thank you. You tell us in your proof of evidence who you are on page 3 of your main proof. You're Thomas Dobson. You are the Managing Director of Quad, a consultancy employing around 150 people in London and Leeds. You set out your academic qualifications, MRTPI. You tell us that you've worked in regeneration, economic development and planning for 30 years, first in local government in London, and then, well, across a number of different authorities in London and the GLE, the Greater London Enterprise. And you then established a consultancy advising public and private sectors on regeneration and economic development. You helped draft the Mayor's first economic strategy, advised on the planning framework for the Lower Lee Valley, and all sorts of other things. And indeed at Quad, you're currently involved in a number of projects across the country, including at Canary Wharf and Thames Mead, and involved in expert groups advising the Secretary of State. Is there anything else that's relevant to what you're about to talk about that you want the inspector to know in terms of your CV?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I've recently advised the Wellcome Trust on the Wellcome Genome Campus in South Cambridgeshire and Oxford University developments on Begbrook Science Park, the Oxford University owned Science Park in Cherwell. Mm-hmm. Both of those are for expansions of two of the major science parks in the UK.
And what sort of engagement did that require with the institutions who were involved in making science parks, successful?
So we worked with management, the people who physically manage the science parks, and also with academics and researchers, looking at the factors that make science parks successful and inputting to the design of the proposals, as well as supporting the planning applications.
Thank you. Right. In terms of scope, you've talked already about what your the headline and focus of your evidence is on. How does what you're covering compare with what Mr. Pestel's covering, just so the inspector can be clear on the extent to which we've got like for like happening?
So, as I think Mr. Pestel explained, he was focusing almost entirely on the employment land need aspects relating to the council's employment land review. My scope is significantly wider than that, covering the full scope of the points and issues raised in Chapter 6 of the NPPF.
So you're covering the full, everything. We've seen it before, but we'll look at it later, but all of those different paragraphs, 85 and 6, 7 and all the rest
Indeed.
of it. And in terms of the work that you do as a practitioner, we heard from Mr. Pestel, he's advising, I think he said, was it hundreds of, anyway, many authorities on the development of their employment evidence for local plan making purposes. How does that compare with the focus of the work that you do?
I do some work for the public sector, but the main bulk of my work is investor and developer focused. So it's advising on how projects can and should be brought forward. So there is some involvement in the plan making process by necessity when people are promoting sites and those kind of things, but the main focus is on scheme formulation and delivery.
Right then. First topic is, and it might sound like it's a basic one to start on, but it's important. What's the scheme? Well, what's the relevant bit of the scheme? Not all the houses, but what are the parts of the scheme that are relevant to your evidence? What do they comprise?
So the scope of my evidence and those parts of the scheme that relate to it, my proof of evidence is split into several parts. So it starts with policy, national, local, etc., then goes through the employment land review, which we already heard a lot about on Friday, talks about the economic baseline and demand, so what the situation currently is in Sittingbourne, in the Thames Gateway, in the wider area. Then looks at the specific employment content of the Highsted Park master plan, and primarily there's a small bit of employment land in the northern application, but primarily the southern application and the plots around the science park to the south. And then looking more broadly at the barriers to investment, economic benefits of housing and infrastructure, because the NPPF Chapter 6 also talks about those things as well as the direct impacts and need for employment.
Okay, so we'll talk through some of those topics, but trying to unpack what's there at the moment in terms of the existing science park and what's proposed to be around it.
Yeah.
What's your analysis of starting I suppose with the science park today, what does the inspector need to know? I mean, she's visited it already, but what does she need to know about it?
Just let me go to relevant part. So 2.46 in my proof of evidence talks about the fact that Kent Science Park is recognised by the council through policy and through both of its previous employment land reviews as a critical and important aspect of the economy in Sittingbourne. And identified as a major asset to the borough with specific policy in the current local plan policy Regen 4. That's an in principle policy.
This is the policy's Regen 4 in the local plan.
It is, yeah. But it's restrictive. It has restrictive elements while supporting expansion.
One thing that maybe we'll come back to that we heard from Mr. Pestel is it's not a policy that makes its support for KSP and its expansion contingent on showing need.
No, that's correct.
Which is something you agree with.
Mr. Pestel on that, yes.
Okay.
And
right.
Then it's been there's a long section in the employment land review, and again this was widely rehearsed on Friday, so I won't repeat it. But the expansion is supported in both employment land reports.
Mm-hmm. These are Mr. Pestel's ones, you mean? The 2018
Pestel.
and the 2023.
Indeed.
And there was that reference to the sort of we could just do business as usual, or we went through what it said, we could do the big bang.
Yes, that's I think paras 4.175 and 4.179 in CD 28.2.9. I mean, as a general point, the Employment Land Review 2018 section on the Science Park, I find very little to disagree with. I think the commentary and description is reasonable. I think those options are a reasonable description.
By option, you mean not the do nothing, but business as usual, or the big bang
are both a reasonable description of the options facing the authority. Obviously, the big bang version, the constraint identified there was around access, which I also agree with. So I think the outcome and recommendations of that report in 2018 are broadly reasonable, and I don't disagree with that. I think the other point to highlight from that Employment Land Review, para 4.182, is that it's talking about a mixed-use model.
Mixed-use model?
Yes. And
for the KSP, you mean?
For the expansion in the Big Bang scenario. So it's not saying that the expansion is simply about existing science uses, or, as we've discussed on Friday, the science and technology or research and development description and part of need. It would be about looking at wider, serving wider functions and having wider uses, and indeed that report says a lot of the expansion would probably be in industrial and logistics, advanced manufacturing and those kind of things. And it uses Milton Park, which is in Oxfordshire near Didcot, as an example of science park that does that, and indeed a science park that doesn't have a link to a university. So again, doesn't have a link to a university, unlike some of the other Oxfordshire science parks. So Milton Park.
And that's at 4.182 of the 2018 Employment Land Review, which is document to 28.2.9. Okay. What about a description of the KSP as is? So yes. What's there at the moment?
So at the moment, there's about 51,000 square metres of floor space, with over 60 occupiers. Section 2.2 and table 2.1 of the commercial evidence, the Savills report, CD 28.1.25.
Has those numbers.
Set
does it?
out the background detail of what the breakdown of those current uses are. As has been pointed out and again discussed extensively on Friday, there is some vacancy at the Science Park, around 16%, as suggested in the Savills report. And I just wanted to deal with the point made by Miss Windsor. I'm not sure what document number that was, who put in a statement.
This is a statement from a member of the public.
Yes, one of the local residents.
Children's nursery.
Was that Miss Windsor?
But she referred to.
Oh no, the lady from the Thames Gateway.
No.
Oh right. Oh, what, was that the day? Was it here? There was a her. Sorry, yeah, there was a sorry. I'm sorry. We've had a lot. It's been a while. It was a commercial surveyor who acted on behalf of Pret a Manger, who came on one of the public sessions. Local resident. Anyway.
What was the number of the Savills report again?
It's 28.1.25. That's the April 2025 commercial market assessment of Savills. That was the topic of much debate from Mr. Pestle.
Yeah.
So what was the point in any event, regardless of who raised it, that you wanted to respond to?
And I just wanted to clarify that I think the point is correct. She referred to some floor space included in the Savills, proposed as opposed to existing floor space included or mentioned in the Savills report, which had been taken forward on the Science Park and then is in the process of being deconstructed because the occupier the proposed occupier had taken a strategic decision to invest in that particular thing elsewhere. So I just wanted to clarify that point. Just so that we're all clear on it. But I think one of the things this emphasises is the need to take a long-term view of the needs of a science park.
What do you mean by that? A long-term view?
A long-term view is looking at over 15 to 20 years. Mm-hmm. I mean, using the Wellcome Genome Campus as an example, that's been a kind of 30-year process that's turned it into a established science park. The needs and infrastructure and the changing needs, which the MPPF tells us that we need to be very alert to in Chapter 6, means that we need to take a view beyond economic cycles and have a long-term view of need and demand and meeting that need and demand.
When you're talking about beyond economic cycle, is this your 15 to 20 years? Is that what you mean?
Well, an economic. I don't want to get into the technical definition of economic cycles at the moment because the pandemic has thrown what would be regarded as the economic cycle out a bit, but an economic cycle tends to be a decade or more. Right. So it's a long-term view.
You're saying look beyond such a horizon.
Look beyond individual economic cycles and look beyond short-term changes in the market to try and take a long-term view.
Do you think Mr. Pestel was doing that?
I don't think he was, no. I think that if you look at the 3 employment land reviews and the changes in the 3 employment land reviews within a 7-year period, there were quite rapidly changing views on science based on relatively short-term changes in the market. So taking the example of there was a big focus on the Golden Triangle and Oxford and Cambridgeshire, and the fact that when he wrote the first report there was a lack of supply, and then when he wrote the second report more supply had come forward. Yeah. That is the inevitable consequence of a market economy and supply meeting demand that is there. That there will then be another cycle where those things go out of line.
It's all depending on what point in the cycle you do your ELR in.
But the point is that you should be looking over that longer period, which was one of the reasons, particularly on the science and technology, why we asked Savills to do a quantitative assessment as part of the commercial assessment.
Okay, we'll come back to what they did. That's what's there at the KSP at the moment. The inspector can turn up those references in the Savills report. There's a table, as you said, that sets out how the different uses by square foot and shows a plan of them all and all of that. What is proposed as part of this scheme to expand what's there at the moment? And indeed more generally. What's proposed through this scheme?
If we turn to section 5 of my proof of evidence, that runs through the content and what is proposed. As I said, the main focus is on the southern site. Table 5.1 on page 29 identifies the employment generating uses. So I'm talking at the moment mainly about the proposals for the E, B2, B8 class uses. There are other uses that will generate employment in the development, which I'll talk about when I come to the benefits section, but the science park focus is on what I've set out in table 5.1. And so we've got the main uses, 170,000 square metres or 34 hectares of commercial, business, service and employment floor space. If we turn our minds back to Friday when Mr Pestle was talking about the employment land need, that 34 hectares is the 34 hectares that is mentioned in the employment land review update report, and for which there is a demonstrable need. I will return to the need point, but just to put that 34 hectares in context.
Thank you.
Sorry, could I just I wanted to add one other thing there, which is that the outline development specification has E, B2 and B8 use classes included there, and that's to ensure flexibility in delivery. So the planning application doesn't propose to break down those specific uses, and that is partly in line with the kind of changes to the use classes order and wanting to see flexibility in employment uses, and partly to be consistent with para 86E of the MPPF about ensuring flexibility of delivery over time.
And so, although we heard lots about the what's the right word? Traditional distinctions, maybe, when we were talking about things with Mr. Pestel last week, between things like R&D or ST or whatever, and traditional B8 or logistics or whatever. You've not. How do you ask the inspector to approach things?
I think what we've seen, I mean, going back to the Milton Park example, which Mr Pestel himself raises.
This is Milton Park in Oxfordshire.
Milton Park in Oxfordshire. We have some science parks that are very focused on a very specific area of science or a very specific focus or cluster. Kent Science Park isn't one of those. It has a range of different uses. And what we're also seeing with industrial and logistics trends is that those kind of employment land uses are seeing a much wider mixture of uses within what we used to have was a science park, a logistics park, a factory as the kind of traditional approach. What we're seeing much more now is people proposing to merge and integrate those types of uses, which partly relates to innovation and clusters as well, and having those kind of interaction between those different uses. There is some evidence of that in a couple of the documents that have been submitted, which I may come back to.
Okay, so that's the headline as to what's there at the moment at the KSP, what's proposed by way of expanding the KSP through this scheme. What does your evidence say are the key quantitative and indeed quantitative and qualitative impacts associated with that provision?
So if we go to 37,
To where, sorry?
I was reading out my I was reading out my core document number rather than my paragraph number.
Okay.
If we look at paragraph 516 to 523 of my proof of evidence, that goes through the quantitative impacts. I haven't done a quantitative impact assessment myself. I reference in my proof of evidence the sources of the data from the various submission documents. I think that they're a reasonable approach to doing it. I mean, there are, as ever, various different ways of assessing impacts. I might have done some bits and pieces slightly differently, but I don't think it would change my conclusions or the conclusions of those reports.
Are there any key headlines then to pick up on the quantitative side?
Yes, on the quantitative side, Table 5.2 looks at the employment and the employment impacts, which breaks down the proposed northern scheme and the southern scheme. The northern proposal obviously has fewer jobs, and few of those jobs are in, only a small number are in kind of B-class employment uses, so I haven't really been focusing on those in my proof. In the southern scheme, obviously, it's about 2,920 jobs in B-class uses, and for B-class uses that's also including what would now be E.
Would that be E?
Yes,
Is that what you said?
not the retail food store, but back to my point about how science parks and new employment operations work, you'll get very different job densities between R&D, where you'll have labs and offices for write-ups of labs and also data, so they will have higher density employment, and then you'll tend to have lower density employment in industrial and logistics. So it makes an assessment based on some, I think, reasonable assumptions around the split between those two that would be included.
Okay.
And then,
the
Sorry.
B class uses, then they would include research and development, would they? Not.
yes.
And industrial and logistics, the whole lot.
Yes, all of that core employment uses that I've been describing.
So R&D and I&L.
Yes.
R&D and what, sorry? I'm so sorry.
I&L, industrial and logistics.
Yeah, sorry.
You need to catch up.
Thank you. No, I just can't hear everything. R&D and I&L all falls into what's described as B-class uses.
Yes, in that
as an umbrella, and then there's a reference to.
Sorry, and then
go on.
At 5.21,
I was about to take you there. Yeah, 5.21 economic benefits.
Other aspects that are identified, the kind of broader economic impacts. So, gross value added.
Sorry, where are you now?
Sorry, I'm in
Proof
5.21.
of evidence 5.21 of proof.
Oh, yeah.
So that suggests a cumulative economic benefit of £220 million pounds per year to the Sittingbourne economy. Just to clarify what gross value added is, it's effectively the local equivalent of GDP. So when we talk about economic growth.
Oh,
It's gone off as well.
go on.
I'll do both.
Do both.
So gross value added is effectively the local version of GDP. So that is the addition to the economy of Sittingbourne.
Yeah.
And it also includes 14.2 billion over the lifetime of the development and 22.
Sorry, I can't.
14.2 billion over the lifetime of the development for the south, and 1.5 billion over the lifetime of the scheme for the north.
Yeah.
And just to try and, I mean, those are lot of numbers, but could you try and just give us some as a planner? As an economic planner, put those numbers into some sort of context. I mean, are they? How should our inspector evaluate numbers like that? Are they, big, small, or indifferent, or what do they actually mean to you?
I think it's very significant. I'll come back to need and the economy of Sittingbourne when I talk about why we should be looking at development in this location. But in an economy that has been underperforming for decades and has struggled to achieve inward investment, those employment numbers are very, very significant, and they will make a significant contribution to GDP. GVA.
All right. Those are some of the headline quantitative benefits or impacts. When it comes to the more qualitative side of the key impacts from the scheme, from the expansion of KSP, what do you want to say about that?
So, looking at sections 5.2 or paras 5.28 to 5.30, set out the types of uses that will be promoted as part of this expansion. Those uses are precisely the types of uses that are supported by the NPPF and the industrial strategy, which again we talked about on Friday, and will make a contribution to Sittingbourne and Swale's ability to compete in those higher value sectors of the economy, which is part of the objectives of Sittingbourne's own economic strategy and is commented on in the employment land reports as well. So I think, and the reason why those employment land reports and the local plan refer to the significance of the science park is that it is really the only place in Swale that has that base critical mass to build from and is in those types of sectors. The other clusters described by Mr. Pestella in industrial and logistics, but they don't have those wider science and advanced manufacturing features. And then, I mean, beyond that, there are then the wider kind of economic benefits of having new homes as well.
How would you ask the inspector to deal with them?
Well, again, the NPPF in Chapter 6 refers to new homes and the contribution they can make to the economic and the labour market, labour supply in places, and economic benefits arising from that. Housing obviously has some direct economic impacts in terms of construction, of which we're all aware and are included in the assessment that I described above. But what we also see increasingly is people working from home, working at home, and working in other people's homes. So the distinction between those three things is quite important. So working at home is the thing that we all typically understand as working from home, which is where we sit in our bedroom online doing Teams meetings, etc. Working from home, which is very common in North Kent, particularly people working in kind of trades and those kind of things. You get people who don't have an office base, but park their van outside their house and are working from their home as a kind of location. The more people you have in those, the more homes you have and the more types of employment like that, the more contribution they're making to the local economy.
So sorry, didn't quite see what difference between from home. I mean, obviously, people who work at home also work from home, don't they?
Yes, I mean...
That's a bit of a...
So, working at home is people who only work at home. It's kind of...
you go into the office sometimes.
You go into the office sometimes. It's that kind of mix of things. Working from home is people who don't... They're generally not people in office jobs. They're people in jobs where you work around the kind of wider area, constructions and plumbing and things like that are obvious examples of it. And then working in other people's homes. I've probably overlaid
No, that would be plumbing, wouldn't it? Working in other people's homes. You're not going to do it. Well, you might do it.
Yeah,
at
it's
home, but not for work.
I think the working in the working in other people's homes tends to be around kind of care work and hairdressing and those kind of things. So-
Care work.
So
Okay.
Was it plumbers then?
Typically, you'd have them in working from home. I think this is not as significant a point as I'm perhaps
Okay.
making it, but I'm
Either way.
making the point that there is additional employment and people.
So that people are
there's
working in
economic
houses.
activity that's increasing economic activity in
Yeah.
Sittingbourne as a result of the housing. The next one is about the labour market and having more people living in the district. That creates a larger labour market and supports local businesses in recruitment. That's often seen as an important part of kind of clusters and agglomeration because you're combining employment and housing. You get expenditure in the town centre and in local services, multiplier effects. And then lastly, from 6.28 onwards, and the map that I've included at 6.1, you have the contribution to strategic infrastructure, and as Mr Pestel said in his evidence, and as the Employment Land Review says, the big bang approach that is set out in the 2018 Employment Land Review talks about the need for cross-subsidy from housing development to support the infrastructure that can help open up the economic growth as well. So it's that kind of combined impact of doing housing and economic development together, supported by infrastructure, so a kind of triangle of benefit. And as Mr Pestel agreed, that also contributes to the wider economy and the efficient operation of the economy in Sittingbourne, because it completes links and routes between the M5 junction and Eurolink and the other science park. So the map that I have on at 6.1 in my table 6.1 in my proof of evidence shows how the proposed development and that link road links with Eurolink estate and that area, which is a critical part of the Swale economy, and also completes effectively the investment that started to be made through the Thames Gateway and integrates Sittingbourne, which will mean that you'll get more efficient servicing of those places, but potentially better linkages between those places as well, which is again a potential benefit for Sittingbourne's economy and Sittingbourne as an overall cluster rather than just the science park and its expanded area.
What's the unemployment rate like in Sittingbourne?
I'm going to come to that. Is
Oh,
it
are you?
okay
Right,
if I,
good.
is it okay if I do that?
All right, we'll come back to the unemployment rate then. So can we take, before we do, take a big old step back and ask you about the national policy picture, not to go through at this stage anyway, chapter 6 of the framework in, paragraph by paragraph like I did with Mr Pestel, but just overall with an eye on it and also the National Industrial Strategy. What's the government telling us to do?
So prior to the publication of the new National Industrial Strategy document, which we talked about briefly on Friday and I'll talk about again, my proof of evidence at 2.1 and 2.2 gives an overview of the kind of wider national policy perspective, and if I may, I'll read those two paragraphs out because I think they're quite significant.
This is two paragraphs of your evidence on page 5.
2.1 and 2.2.
Go for it.
2.1, there is clear and unambiguous support for the need for economic growth in government policy at all levels. The government has identified economic growth as the number one national priority, and there's a reference there. Growth in national income, productivity and investment has fallen significantly below trend since the financial crash of 2007-8, with direct impacts on household incomes and the UK's ability to invest in public services and infrastructure. And we've been seeing, obviously, a lot of that in the news over the last few weeks in terms of the public expenditure and budget deficits and everything else, and that's underpinned by the lack of economic growth and therefore the lack of taxes. So the government I don't think could be more strongly focused on the need for economic growth. And then moving on, that's compounding a longer term underperformance of the economy of North Kent, which had an economy traditionally based on ports, extraction and manufacturing, in some ways more akin to the towns in the north of England than the rest of Kent or the southeast. It still suffers from many of those economic scars. It has lower incomes, significantly higher economic deprivation, and addressing those issues has been a central focus of policy and investment since the 1980s. So whilst there have been some successes, and I agree with Mr Pestle that some of those investments, the Panettone one in particular, are very positive things that have happened. At the same time, the fundamental economic underperformance of the area hasn't changed, and I haven't heard or seen any local documents.
The fundamental economic underperformance. You say it's not changed. From what? How would you ask the inspector to describe it, if you like? What words would you use to encapsulate the economic performance of this part of North Kent over these decades?
Well, I mean, it basically has not secured large-scale investment. It's lost employment, which it hasn't replaced, and there's been a lot of public investment, and we might come back to a couple of those later, but it has not secured sufficient private investment, particularly as you move away from London. So as we saw with as we've seen with Blue Water, although Ebbsfleet is to some extent stalled, we've seen some private investment in the areas closer to London, but the private investment as you move further out into Sittingbourne and then on to Thanet and Canterbury has been much less significant.
Right. Okay.
So,
you do?
Returning to the National Industrial Strategy, which was CD 28.32.
Yes.
Which my proof of evidence referred to the 2024 strategy, as does the NPPF, which is at footnote 43. But this new National Industrial Strategy was published last week, so we've kind of tabled that as an update, and the council tabled the annex to that strategy, and Mr Pereira took Mr Pestel through that. But I think it's just worth referring to the paragraph in the introduction in that.
Do you want us to just get that out?
Yeah. Well, I've not done the note, have I?
1 sec. So it's 28.32.
It is. And then in the foreword at page 7, you can put your hand over the pictures if you want.
Have you got that, madam? Just to check. Yeah.
The paragraph that starts with the highlighted through our plan for change. Through our plan for change, the government is determined to seize the opportunities this new world offers to deliver security, renewal and higher living standards across the country. Business as usual will not work. We need a new relationship between business and government, where government provides the strategic certainty that allows businesses to do what they do best, create wealth. And I think the key point that I'd take from that is I think it provides important context for how we should read Chapter 6 of the NPPF in the government's current view of the need for economic growth. but also that business as usual point is that to plan for the continuation of what went before, both nationally and in local areas, is not what the government wants. The government wants ambition and wants to secure investment and do things differently.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, obviously this is a national strategy, obviously, as it says on the tin.
It is.
But that language, business as usual, is the same phrase that you see in Mr. Pestel's Employment Land Review, thinking about the KSP.
It is. I mean,
that was one of the options, business as usual.
Yes.
Yeah. Shall we come back to, because obviously one of the things that the council says now in response to you bringing this in, relying on the annex to it that they've put in, is that I'm summarising, obviously, crude summary. Well, oh yes, this is all very well, but you're in the wrong place, because there are particular bits of the annex that point to particular parts of the country and say we want to put public money into growing, science uses or whatever in the Golden Triangle or whatever it might be. Do you want to deal with that now?
No, I'll deal with that. I think I will come back to this a couple of times to some of the detail of that when I work through in relation to.
Let's put a pin in that one then.
Points, if I may.
Let's get into then what the big question, or a big question, of why here. So obviously it's a large application, obviously a lot of houses, but also a significant quantum of B class, BE flexible and commercial R&D floor space. Why is this, in your opinion, a location that's suitable for this sort of quantum and mix of floor space, spatially?
I think it's both a combination of need and opportunity. Mm-hmm. So my proof of evidence goes through at length the long-term focus on the Thames Gateway and now the Thames Estuary, and Kate Willard from the Thames Estuary Forum, I believe, came and gave evidence last week around.
Yes, she did.
So therefore, I mean, it's been a long-term regeneration priority for national government since, well, over my entire 30-year career. And I think there's been a lot of investment, including in transport and other things, in the Thames Gateway, Thames Estuary, but one of the disappointments has been the lack of private sector investment, as I previously just referred to. I'm not going to go through all of that history.
So when you say there's been a lot of investment, what you mean is public funding?
Public funding. And I mean, we've seen HS1,
right.
We've seen investment in roads, we saw investment in the Sheerness Crossing and Sittingbourne, and we've seen a lot of investment at Ebbsfleet, some private, some public. So there were various different funding programmes over that period that have sought to improve certain things, but they have failed to secure the level of private sector investment that I think they would have wished to have done.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of easiest to talk about why here in terms of maps. Being a planner, I love a map. If I look at figure 3.2 in my proof of evidence, which is on page 20.
Figure 3.2 on page 20 of your proof.
So that is showing where people live in Swale. Those coloured areas are the working age population, so people who would be looking for jobs in Swale, and the red boundary on that map is the site that we're talking about here. That slight, I don't know if it comes out on your printed version, but that hatched area is the Thames Gateway definition, which is also included in the local plan. And what that shows, as we all know, is that there are three main areas of where people live, where there is a labour force in Swale. Sittingbourne being the largest and main one, Faversham being a smaller one, and then Sheerness / Sheppey. So this location that we're talking about is the area closest to the labour market and with the largest labour force, which is what the Employment Land Review said should be one of the criteria for identifying where you should be providing new employment floor space. If I then move to figure 4.2, which is on page 23. Figure 4.2 on page 23. That is a map of the index of multiple deprivation, which is the government's index of deprivation, national index of deprivation. That's showing the whole of the. It's actually showing the whole of what's now the Thames estuary. So beyond the previous beyond the Thames Gateway definition. But what it's showing, obviously, is, as we all know, there's large concentrations of deprivation in London, which is all of those authorities with those red areas, which are in the top 10% most deprived in the country. In London, if we then move out along the Kent Thames Gateway, we see Swale being the kind of large authority there, and the deprivation both around just north of our site in Sittingbourne and in again in Sheerness and Sheppey. The Sheerness and Sheppey is partly a kind of optical illusion with the size of the blobs, because the size of the blobs represent output areas with a number of people. So there are actually more deprived people in Sittingbourne, but the areas are smaller because it's more densely populated than there are in as an overall number than there are in those other locations. So again, from that point of view, Sittingbourne has significant deprivation. And I go through the deprivation statistics. I'm trying to go back to where they were. So if we look at 4.1 onwards in my proof of evidence, which talks about the Thames Gateway and talks about the economic underperformance. Sorry, I'm talking too quickly and probably not near enough to the microphone. Paragraphs 4.1 to 4.6 around some of those deprivation indicators and statistics. Swale, in terms of your question about unemployment, like a lot of these authorities, doesn't have significantly high unemployment compared to the South East and the national level, in part because of higher economic inactivity, but it underperforms in a whole range of other areas, particularly income, and particularly employment and the number of jobs in the district. So there are far fewer jobs in the district than there are people, which results in out commuting, but it also means that those people at the lowest end of the labour market who can't afford to commute find it even more difficult to get jobs. So there are various different kind of elements of deprivation and economic underperformance in Sittingbourne and in Swale. And then moving on from the kind of need people deprivation point, I move on to economic clusters, and we obviously had a debate about clusters and whether this area was in one of the national government priority areas for clusters. In my proof of evidence, I've already picked up the point that Swale is not in any of the mapped clusters by government in the previous industrial strategy.
Yeah.
And that is precisely the problem that Swale's economy faces. If it were in one of those clusters, if it did have those kind of uses, it would have a much stronger economy. And the challenge is to build the economy here so that it does have those clusters, does link those clusters, and also links into wider clusters in Kent. So what the map at figure 4.3 shows on page 24 of my proof is that Swale effectively sits between the London-influenced economy to the west, which those other neighbouring authorities in Kent are part of, and the East Kent kind of coastal economy to the east. And Swale's been in that position for quite a long time. Travel to work areas, which the government defines as where people are working and going to work, and is their primary definition, I think, of all the simplest definition of a functional economic area. Swale is similarly split in two. So the travel to work area that Sittingbourne sits in looks again west towards London and Medway, and the travel to work area that Faversham sits in looks east towards East Kent and towards the coast. So the economies and the two parts are to some extent serving different functions and linkages. But the challenge for Kent as a whole and for Swale is to build and strengthen those clusters so that they do have clusters that become national priorities. The business as usual approach of saying, well, we're not in clusters, so this isn't important, is continued economic underperformance by definition. So I would kind of argue strongly that and we can go to pages in the industrial strategy if we want to, but the industrial strategy, even in targeting or prioritising certain national and international clusters, which is understandable, refers to wanting to see growth everywhere, to work with local authorities to grow their clusters and knowledge economies. So even if you're not, and I mean, we all understand, and we can look out the window of the train, we're not in the Oxford-Cambridge arc, we don't have that benefit, but we have a science park here, which is the kind of hope in some ways for Swale's economy if it can be grown. And
just to sort of try and isolate Mr. Pestel's logic, I think how the logic runs is industrial strategy notes particular clusters. You're outside one of those clusters like Oxford, Cambridge, Arc and all of that.
Yep.
Therefore, less positives, but putting it broad, less positives associate with the provision of employment floor space through your scheme than would otherwise be the case. He'd be telling a more positive story if we were in those clusters. Is that a logic that works so far as what's in the industrial strategy?
I don't think it's a logic that works either in relation to the industrial strategy or in relation to Chapter 6 of the MPPF. So if we go to paragraph 86A of the MPPF...
The framework.
One
sec, let's just get that. 86A. Far away.
So if we go to 86A, this is planning policies, but this is the part that refers to local industrial strategies, and the footnote for the national industrial strategy says that planning policies should set out a clear economic vision and strategy which positively and proactively encourages sustainable economic growth, having regard to the national industrial strategy and any relevant local industrial strategies and other local policies for economic development and regeneration. The footnote obviously refers to the previous version of the strategy and will no doubt be updated
next time
later.
around.
Has it been overtaken by the latest one?
It has, yes.
So has that superseded it?
The new one has superseded the version at
So the one in the footnote now needs
43.
It'll need changing in due course. The reference in the footnote, will need changing.
Yeah. And the industrial strategy itself, in section if we go to if we go to page 94
Of it.
of the modern industrial strategy,
Okay.
that's the section that,
Hang on.
sorry,
Is it? Yeah.
do you have the appendix there or the full document?
I think we had the full one out before, didn't we?
Yes, hold on.
You want the full one, right?
We need the full one.
Yeah, the full one.
Give me the CD again.
It's 28 point... Oh, hang on. Where's it gone?
It's right at the end of that section.
It is 28.34.
Yeah.
Yeah, 28.32. Sorry, 28.32.
Point 1,
Is it? Point 1.
if we want the appendix.
Do you want the appendix?
No, I
at the
don't
moment?
know.
We don't want the appendix
Oh,
at
I
the
thought you just
moment.
said go to the
Sorry,
appendix.
no.
No.
Oh, right. Okay.
So the main one.
Yep. So page 94, you said.
95. The section starts on 94.
Yeah.
That is the title page. So if we look at that opening paragraph of that section, which is the one that refers to the targeted areas, it starts with national economic growth will only come from increasing the productivity of places across the UK, many of which underperform relative to their international comparators. So it's clearly saying we need to see that investment across the UK. It does go on to say we can't be placed blind and we must identify and accelerate the highest potential opportunities, which is what I would expect the strategy to do. But if we go through, we could go through the pages of this section at the bottom of page, the industrial clusters section, on the right-hand side of that page, support capital-intensive sectors. Often clusters across the UK are critical for competitiveness of the sectors that we're talking about. And then in terms of interventions, scrolling down further, we see needing to build national, regional, sorry, this is page 98. We need to build national, regional and local capability to attract and land investment. It talks about the priority areas, but it also talks about working with combined authorities and local authorities to do that. And at page 100, it talks about high potential innovation ecosystems with a local innovation fund across the UK.
Sorry,
Again,
hang on a minute. You're going far too fast.
sorry, let me slow down.
Right.
On page 100, grow high potential innovation ecosystems. They're going to introduce a local innovation partnerships fund across the UK, which will fund innovation across the UK. That talks about the combined authorities and the priority areas, but it also says the scheme will include a competition for clusters in all other parts of the UK to bid for support to grow their innovation ecosystems. I'll stop there. I mean, I could go on because there is lots of stuff in here saying we need this to happen everywhere.
Right.
But it's to make the point that just because they've rightly identified priority clusters, they want clusters and ecosystems to develop everywhere.
That'd be quite surprising if the opposite were true.
Yes, I mean it would be very odd.
Okay. Thank you. Right.
So I mean, just to if I can go back to the Thames Gateway and the spatial targeting. There was a discussion on Friday about the reason for the Thames Gateway boundary, and Mr. Pestle was correct that in part the Thames Gateway boundary was set because it contained a large amount of brownfield land, which the government wanted to and will continue to want to secure investment in. But it was also identified, and that boundary was identified because it was a gateway, and it was in part a gateway to London, and that definition and that boundary in Swale and across Swale reflects economic factors, and the economic factors that I described, as well as the brownfield land elements. So it was a combination of those things. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's the macro sort of picture that drives us to the Thames Gateway. But what about from a more local point of view, i.e. in the local plan, the extent to which that is consistent with the Thames Gateway policy initiatives over these many decades that you describe?
Yeah, so I mean, as we know, and again discussed on Friday, the local plan identifies the Thames Gateway as a location and as a priority main location for investment for employment and housing uses. That continues, as I understand it, to be the spatial strategy of the local authority in its adopted plan. And more broadly, if we consider the employment land review, the second employment land review report, it talks about the need for employment to be it talks about criteria for where new employment sites should be, which include being near the local labour market and in the Thames Gateway. As I've demonstrated, this site clearly meets both those criteria.
Is that the 2023 one?
That's 2023, yes.
A number of, I'll call them alternative sites, but in inverted commas, a number of other sites are addressed or are identified and to an extent evaluated by Mr. Pestel, both in the employment land review and then in his proof of evidence. One of them's the Kent Science Park. One of them's our site, but it doesn't get off the ground in his analysis in the 2023 employment land review. What is your assessment of the way in which those alternative sites are looked at in the employment land review by him?
I don't think that the employment land review can be really seen to be an objective assessment of the relative merits of those different sites.
Why is that?
It doesn't list objective criteria and score them in that way. It has a table at the back which goes through individual sites, but there's no linkage to that, and then the main table in the report, which then a subsequent version of which Mr. Pestel included in his proof of evidence. It doesn't really link those across effectively. And if we look at some of those criteria that were used for those sites, I think the Highsted Park site actually meets more of those criteria than some of the other sites.
Can you just give us a flavour as to what you actually mean with
so,
do you want us to get it out? Or
I'll take you to table 3.1.
Within it, yeah. So it's core document 15.7.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Table 3.1 in my proof of evidence.
Sorry, I thought you wanted us to go to the employment land review. Your table 3.1, which is on your page 17. Your page 17.
17? 19.
Thank you. 19. Wrong table.
Prior to that, on page 17, I reproduced the table that I was referring to.
That's figure 3.1, sorry.
So figure 3.1 has the table from the strategy. I've tried to simplify that a bit, and from it wasn't from the strategy, it was from the employment land review. I've summarised that around the broad headings in my table. So if we look at what's been defined as Sittingbourne, Ridham Dock is the main one, which is clearly in that area and criteria. But the remainder of the sites, we'll leave aside Highsted Park for the moment, aren't in the preferred Thames Gateway location. Sheerness and Queensborough are, but the rural west, Faversham, and the rural west are small sites in a preferred area, but they're all very small sites. Faversham and the rural east are obviously outside of the preferred area and do not have the same labour market access that the Highsted Park site has. So if I go to para 3.26 below that table at 3.1, I reproduce the commentary that is set out in the Employment Land Review that refers to the Highsted Park site, and it says remote from established employment areas and with major access issues. Obviously Kent Science Park is there. We could have a kind of angels on the head of a pin discussion about whether the Kent Science Park is an employment area or not, but I think it's fair to say that by most people's definitions it's a allocated site in the plan which contains employment. I would call that an employment area.
You think that the description of remote from established employment areas for KSP is a bit needs care.
And then major access issues, the crux of this whole inquiry in some ways, and also the big bang versus the business as usual approach that Mr. Pestel described, so I don't think we've got to argue with that. Range of other sites better related to existing employment areas and to the labour force. I just don't objectively agree with that.
Which ones are you talking about?
Genuinely don't think there are a range of other sites better located. I think he's correct. The issues could be resolved if comprehensive mixed-use development was taken forward.
Well, he accepted that. I mean, I put that to him in cross-examination, and I said, well, that's us. And he said, yes, in principle, but he said it's not for him to decide whether to grant planning permission or not, which was fair enough. But, I mean, this is a comprehensive mixed-use development.
Yes. So, I mean, I don't believe that either the table in the Employment Land Review or the table that there's been a further iteration of that table because it went to committee and was shortened down, which was Mr. Pestel went through in his proof of evidence. But I don't think either of those could reasonably be, from my point of view, regarded as an objective comparative assessment of the different employment options facing the council at that point.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about Chapter 6 of the framework, where you'd taken us a moment ago. If you could go back there.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
You referred a few times with reference to some of the maps in your proof of evidence about the idea of clusters, whether Sittingbourne's in a cluster or not, etc. What does national policy, I suppose, have to tell us about the approach that should be taken in respect of clustering, and how relevant or not is that to what the inspector should be thinking about?
I think it's a significant and important part of the MPPF, and I think the other aspect that it relates to is that it should be driven by business needs and allow people to invest and bring forward investment where that is proposed, obviously subject to other planning considerations in the round, but the focus is very, very strongly on that. So if I look at paragraph 85 around the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account local business needs and wider opportunities, local business needs is clearly part of that kind of cluster point. point, and the science park is clearly a local business with needs. Approach taken should allow each area to build on its strengths, counter any weaknesses, address the challenges of the future. All of that, again, is about looking long-term, securing investment, securing business investment, particularly important where Britain can be a leader in innovation, and in areas with a global leader in innovation, and in areas with high levels of productivity, which should be able to capitalise on their performance and potential. So the whole focus is about being extremely positive about clusters. And then I've already read 86A previously, but again about being very strongly supportive.
And then there's 87A, isn't there, where the word cluster actually comes up?
Yep. And yes, and planning policies and decisions, clusters of all networks of knowledge and data-driven, creative or high technology industries, new and expanded, upgraded facilities and infrastructure that are needed to support the growth of these industries, including data centres and grid connections. But again, decision-making around kind of both clusters and more broadly other uses as well.
So your position that you've explained on clusters, that's the policy situation on clusters. Yep. At the moment, your position is that Swale is between. Is this right? Is between clusters, caught between.
I think my position is Swale lacks any clusters from the national map of national significance from the map, and that's the problem with its economy, and that Kent as a whole lacks nationally significant clusters. It has clusters, but they're not of national significance.
They're not of national
because they're not of sufficient scale to be able to scale up and do that. And what the economic strategy needs to be, if it's going to not be business as usual anymore, is to identify all the different parts of those clusters that do exist and link them and invest in them.
And invest in them to try and change that status quo.
To try and change that status, yeah. I mean, it would be nice if in 10 years' time Swale and Sittingbourne were in one of the national and globally significant economic clusters.
This leads to an issue, doesn't it, between you and Mr. Pestel, the idea that we're not already in a cluster for say, in particular for R&D or for technology uses, which was the focus of his critique. The issue of whether or not this is an appropriate location to bring forward uses that fall into that category, how much competition there would be for such uses, how much demand there is for those uses. What's your approach to the issue of, I suppose, science park R&D competition?
Well, as a starting point, the competition is good. Competition drives innovation, competition drives economic growth. We shouldn't be planning to avoid people competing with one another. And if you look at the strongest places with the strongest economies, going back to Cambridge, Oxford, Mr. Pestel rightly points out they have a lot of science and technology floor space. And the reason they have that is because people compete with one another, and they are not restricted on the basis that, well, we have an existing science park, therefore we're not going to allow anyone to have planning permission for another science park.
So just fundamentally then, the existence of competition is not, in your approach, a reason to stop doing something. It's not a reason to suppress growth.
I'd say quite the opposite. I think competition is good and promoting competition is good.
Okay.
But I'd then go on to say that I think my experience, having worked with some of the most significant science parks in the UK and having worked with the Kent Science Park people as well, is that each science park is really unique. It's got a different mix and ecosystem. They specialise in different things. They sometimes collaborate with one another, they sometimes compete with one another, but they have a kind of a strong basis. And the performance of one science park, I don't think, allows you to draw conclusions about another one. So we saw much play on Discovery Park in Sandwich. As we've seen on the maps that I've just shown, that's in that kind of east East Kent economic cluster, so it's not even in the same
It's
cluster.
towards the coast, you mean?
Towards the coast. Yeah, I mean, it's at the far end of East Kent. It isn't, in that sense, part of the same market as the Science Park, which is looking more towards London. They are part of a bigger Kent ecosystem, and them relating to one another is good, but it's not fundamentally a competition between those two places. And Discovery Park is not something I'm an expert in, but understand has its own issues and challenges, which we heard about on Friday. So on that point, I think you can't judge Kent Science Park on what's happening at Discovery Park or what's happening at kind of other places. The second part of it is around needing a base to start from.
A base to start from?
Yeah, it's economists call it path dependency, but it means that you're on a path and you can't suddenly decide that you're going to do something completely new. You need a kind of critical mass or basis to do things. It takes a long time for those ecosystems to develop. And I think that's the lesson that I take from Medway Innovation Park, which we again heard a lot about. As I've said previously, I worked in, I've done quite a lot of work in Medway. I can remember going to the innovation building when it opened the single innovation building, which remains the single innovation building, which was publicly funded when it opened in 2009. Medway Council have been trying to make something of the former Rochester Airfield site ever since then, really. There's been a master plan in 2014. There was the Innovation Park Master Plan LDO that we were talking about from 2019, but it's fair to say that they've been struggling for over a decade to do anything with that. It isn't an innovation park, it is a site that Medway Council would like to be in.
What actually is it? The wider site, I mean?
The site is an airfield, a former airfield site, and as we've seen, Medway Council has taken the decision that it's going to lease some of it as, well, probably lease some of it as car parking to BAE and potentially put a care home on the other part.
So there's not an although it's called the Medway Innovation Park,
yeah,
in some of the evidence before the inquiry.
Yeah,
it isn't one at the moment.
No. And I'm therefore quite surprised that Mr. Pestel would use Medway Innovation Park as a reason to have changed his view from the 2023 Employment Land Review to his proof of evidence and evidence on Friday, that was a significant factor in him changing his view on qualitative employment demand in the Kent
He said it was
area.
one of the two. He said it was one of the two sites that swung it for him. From that,
Yeah.
he said I asked him about it, and he said if we'd have had this inquiry in 2023, he would have had a particular view, or 2024.
Yeah.
But since then, two things have changed. One of them was the Medway Innovation Park, he said, and he said that's shown us that it just doesn't work.
No.
I mean, is it a fair comparator?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I think basically I agreed with what he said about it and what Medway Council have done. They've effectively pulled stumps on 15 years of, or at least 10 years of trying to make it work. But that's not.
Why doesn't it? Why doesn't that infer? Why doesn't that imply that in fact doing that sort of thing in this area is a dead duck? Why can't you just read across? As I think he would, I'm summarising, but he would ask our inspector to read across what's happened there, the lack of activity, lack of progress, and say, well, look, it's not worked there, it's not going to work here. What's the problem with doing that?
Because we've got an active science park which has tenants and its own ecosystem. I mean, we've got a competitive science park. We're not trying to compete with Cambridge and Oxford, and the science park is kind of at the scale that its demand and constraints allow it to be at the moment. And if not here, then where, if we're trying to not do business as usual anymore?
Let's turn to the overall question of need and demand. The fundamental analysis, well, certainly of Mr. Pestel, he was focused very much on to what extent is there need and demand for the employment uses on offer. And indeed, he said, just to remind us, as if we needed reminding, it was only the other day, that the purpose of Mr. Pestel actually being instructed, I think, in the first place, was actually all to respond to the Savills commercial market assessment at 28.1.25 and what that was saying. So that was why he got involved at all. So what's the purpose of that document? What was it for?
Yeah, I think we heard a lot about it on Friday, so it's probably useful to clarify it. I think as a starting point, if we look at the title, Highsted Master Plan Commercial Market Assessment, the purpose of that document isn't to be an employment land review and isn't to inform a local plan inquiry, nor is it used as such in my evidence or indeed in the document itself. And as I say in paragraph 1.9 of my proof of evidence, it was about understanding an up-to-date understanding of the commercial scale of the opportunity that was available here. So we weren't doing it to try and undermine the Employment Land Review, and as we discussed extensively, the Employment Land Review's conclusions on industrial and logistics end up being within a range that is not dissimilar to the outcome of the Savills report. Kind of moving on from that, the other driver for it, and I kind of set it out in section 3 of my report, where I talk about, section 3 of my proof, where I talk about the Employment Land Review. And again, broadly, I think the approach is what you see in lots of places. But at the same time, we've just talked about the need to look beyond business as usual. The previous uptake approach taken in the Employment Land Review is, by definition, business as usual. You're doing it on the basis of previous uptake. I accept Mr. Pestel's argument, and I think it was a reasonable point that he has added some buffer in to deal with the fact that the just doing business as usual is not sufficient. But that, in a sense, is acknowledging that there may have been constrained demand in the past. So although he doesn't like to use the word constrained demand and likes to try and undermine the Savills methodology, in fact his methodology brings some of that in. But what we wanted to look at was beyond business as usual. If you limit it to previous update, you are at business as usual. So we were looking at that and looking at the competitive position and looking competitively. The other aspect of the Swale Employment Land Review and linked is that it looks as at local need. So it uses Swale as the area for its assessment. Now we know that the MPPF, Planning Practice Guidance, talks about functional economic market areas and lists a range of different things. It does say you can use administrative boundaries to do assessments. But if we're looking again beyond local need, and if we go back to that first paragraph of chapter 6 in the MPPF, wider opportunities, what we were trying to understand was what were those wider opportunities. So we were looking for a functional economic area that was beyond Swale. So the Savills report looks at North Kent for the purposes of logistics, because they, from their professional perspective, regard that as a functional economic area, and for Kent as a whole, Science Park. So the reason for that assessment was to broaden some of the picture. And I think if we look at the various different local plan reports and extracts and inspectors' reports on appeals and everything else that have been kind of bandied about, the conclusion of those is that there is no single way of doing it, and that looking at market signals and bigger picture is a valid part of looking at the assessment of employment land. And the Savills report is on industrial and in fact on both of those, looking at that and doing that analysis. I think that it's quite reasonable for you as an inspector. I'm not telling you how to view it, but all three, the first employment land review, the second employment land review, and our evidence are all reasonable things to consider in that picture. But I think Savills adds something about looking at that bigger picture and looking at that demand.
Now, when it comes to the overall, the assessment of needs for science uses, for research and development uses in particular, we discussed it with Mr. Pestel last week, and he confirmed that his employment land reviews 2018 and then the update in 2023 did not include any quantitative assessment for R&D. He said it was something that he'd looked at just in his evidence for this inquiry, but only then on a qualitative basis. And he said that was what you're supposed to do, or supported, in accordance with the approach that's recommended in the planning practice guidance. That was all a long reminder. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
So what's the approach that you've taken, reliant on some of the Savills work? What's your response to what Mr. Pestel says?
I disagree with Mr. Pestel around his being adamant that you shouldn't try and do a quantitative assessment of science and technology for science and technology demand. I think that again would be an odd thing to do. Savills do this sort of investment for science and technology investors so that they can assure themselves that there is likely future demand and growth in the market, and to understand the scale of that market. I think it's reasonable for an inquiry like this to receive evidence to that effect. It is not something that tends to get dealt with as much in local plans and employment land reviews, partly because the NPPF's focus on it has increased more recently, and partly because there aren't standard methods for doing that assessment. But we didn't have any quantitative assessment from Mr. Pestel, and if we look at the paragraph 27 of the planning practice guidance, how can market signals be? The core document is 28.23.
Which paragraph?
027.
So it starts, how can market signals be used? Is that the right? Is that
It
the right
does,
one?
yeah.
Yeah. Have you got that, madam?
So if we're looking at market signals and used to forecast future need, I think Mr. Pestel would be right if he was implying that the labour demand and labour supply techniques and probably past take-up weren't particularly relevant for doing such an assessment. But if we look at the fourth bullet point there, consultation with relevant organisations, studies of business trends, and understanding of innovative and changing business models. So we are picking up, and what Savills are doing is looking at those innovative and changing business models and business trends to try and give us some understanding of that kind of assessment. And as Savills point out in the appendix to my rebuttal, such an approach is used by other commercial property advisors, including Jones Lang JLL and CBRE. So this isn't a kind of innovative or off-the-wall approach by any stretch of the imagination. If we go to the final paragraph, of that document, paragraph 032.
So, final para of the PPG about addressing the specific locational requirements of specialist or new sectors.
So that suggests local authorities should do that. And I agree with Mr Pestel that those needs are often more qualitative in nature and informed by engagement with business and occupiers within the relevant sectors. But that doesn't say that doesn't counteract or change the original assessment, the original points about market signals, which also refer to innovative sectors. So I don't agree with Mr Pestel that it's inappropriate or wrong to produce such an assessment.
Okay. And so, I mean, anyway, we've done one, and it's before the inquiry. And it's the only quantitative assessment of need for R&D specifically that's before the inquiry. And what, in a nutshell, should the inspector take from it by way of its conclusions?
Can I just take one step back, because I have one more point to make, and I apologise, this is the last time I'll do it, but to take us back to document 28.32.
That's the industrial
strategy.
No need to apologise. Where in it would you like to go?
So, page 20.
That's what I've got.
Yes.
Yep.
So if we look at the background to this is that government has a 10-year strategy to massively increase investment in the sectors that the industrial strategy identifies, and it sets out quantitative targets for expanding those sectors. So it wants advanced manufacturing to double investment over a 10-year period. It wants clean energy industries to double over a 10-year period. It wants investment in digital and technology. It wants to increase creative industries investment by 30 billion. So it's going through a series of kind of quantitative targets to significantly increase investment. And what the Savills report predates this, but what the Savills report does is use actually much less aggressive projections for future business investment in the area to derive its demand for science and technology floor space than are in here. But it is following effectively what the government is doing. If we don't take a view that the government the strategy is to possibly double investment in several of the sectors we're talking about, if we are not informed by that, I don't think we're taking an informed view of the likely future demand for science and technology floor space across areas.
Thank you. And so, where does it take us? So we have a quantitative assessment that has regard to these ambitions for investment, if you like. What's the headline conclusions from it?
In practice, it identifies a range that might come to swale of 15,000 to 25,000 square metres of demand for floor space. That doesn't include advanced manufacturing, but for science and technology floor space in over the 15-year period that they've identified. If we take a step back, the current science park has 50,000 square metres. So amount of floor space, sorry, the lower end of that, it was 10,000 to 25,000 square metres, more or less. So even if it took all of that demand, it would only see the science and technology part of the growth be an increase of between a fifth and a half of the current floor space. And to me, that feels like a reasonable assessment. We're not saying that we're going to turn we're not going to turn Kent Science Park into the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, but a kind of incremental expansion of 20 to 50%, I think, is a reasonable assessment.
So, when it comes to the R&D side of the debate, you've got your quantitative assessment.
Yep.
Mr. Pestel doesn't have one of those.
Yep.
You've got your, I suppose, qualitative assessment. You've responded to Mr. Pestel on that with regard to the Medway Innovation Park, as it may become.
As it will now never become.
Oh right, okay. Well, there we go. So that's the R&D side. On the overall I&L side, is there any fundamental disagreement actually between you and him? If you just sort of try and get past methodological disputes, when we actually get to substantive conclusions, do we disagree?
In terms of the conclusions about need, as Mr. Pestel said himself on industrial and logistics, the forecaster or the need that he's identified in the employment land review of 72.7 hectares, which he then in his proof of evidence at table 6.4 adjusts to be the same period as the Savills assessment, because the Savills assessment is 2015 to 2040, 2025 to 2040. The employment land review was 18 years from 2022 to 2040, but he scales that down to a 15-year period, and that becomes 57.7 hectares, and the range in the Savills report is 55.4 hectares and 87.6 hectares. The 87.6 hectares, I think Mr. Pestel would obviously disagree with, and
he thinks that's too high.
He thinks that's too high, and he thinks that's about Swale capturing too much of the wider market, or that there should have been an assessment of every employment site in Kent so that we could work out where all demand in Kent should go, which I don't think was in the brief or would have been particularly helpful for this inquiry. But again, back to that point about competition, I think it gives a sense of whether Swale could secure more if it chose to, and if it chose to go beyond business as usual. There'll be a methodological disagreement about that, and that's going to continue in lots more local plan and planning inquiries, I'm sure. But in essence, we agree that there's at least 50 hectares of employment land demand over that 15-year period. I think we agree that there is at least 50 hectares of employment land demand over that unmet, so not allocated in a local plan, employment land demand from the period 2015 to 2040. And our proposal, or the proposal submitted by the applicant, is for 34 hectares. So there is unmet need for employment land on both analyses, and therefore I don't think there is a disagreement, and in a couple of places in his proof of evidence and indeed in my rebuttal we both say that.
Long and short of it, that he thinks, in terms of industrial and logistics, he thinks that the need that Savills has assessed is too high, but nevertheless you both agree that there's at least 50 hectares. You're supplying 34, so there's still been some over. Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Yes.
It's technically at least 51.4 hectares. That's his bottom line.
His bottom line is 51.24.
You see those numbers set out, just for your note, in Mr. Pestel's table on page 41 of his proof of evidence. There are the four for runners and riders in terms of what the correct number is. And it goes up from 51.4 up to 87.6 with a couple in between, obviously.
That's just industrial and logistics, and he hasn't done the only quantitative assessment, as far as I can see, you're saying is Savills one of
That's correct.
R&D.
Correct. So, put another way, I mean, obviously the inspector will go into this in as much detail as she feels she needs to report to the Secretary of State, obviously. But from your point of view, I don't want to be sort of flippant about it. Does it actually matter whether it's... Does it matter for the purposes of a DM decision whether it's whether the outstanding need to 2040 is assessed at 51.4 hectares or 55.4 hectares, which is Savills' bottom line, or 57.7 hectares, which is the ELR adjusted or whatever? I mean, there's lots of detail that sits behind which of those numbers is correct. Does it matter which one is correct?
Not for the purposes of the 34 hectares that we're talking about here, no.
Finally, in your evidence in chief, what I would like you to do is to turn up your section 7 of your main proof. This is the final bit, a few more minutes. So then we can have if that's all right. It was page 43, main proof. And we've got here, that's what it says on the tin, you've got on the left-hand side of your concluding sort of table on the left, you're setting out what's in the MPPF. And on the right-hand side, you're giving different parts of an assessment against those different bits on the left?
Yes.
So just really, we're not going to ask you to read all of this out or even talk it through in detail because it's there for the inspector to see. This is your analysis of Part 6 of the framework. But in a nutshell, what are the key things you want the inspector to make sure that she focuses on in your assessment?
So, yeah, I mean, just kind of going through on the headline, I go through each of the paragraphs. Obviously, paragraph 85 is around planning policies and decisions. I flag up the commercial floor space, which can accommodate the expansion of Kent Science Park and a range of local and strategic needs, which clearly allows businesses to invest in, expand and adapt, and both supports local needs and the potentially wider needs in the economy. And obviously Kent Science Park is strongly supported as a place that should grow by everyone. I suppose the only dispute is by how much and how, but there's a general agreement even with the council that it should expand. And it's home to innovative and high productivity sectors, and the master plan expands on that. So I think that significant weight should be afforded to that in line with the wording of paragraph 85. I then go on to paragraph 86, which is around planning policies. So obviously it's around planning policies rather than around this proposal. But the point I make here is that the plan is not up to date. It doesn't meet the up-to-date needs. The southern site offers the opportunity to do what a local plan should have done had it been as it was supposed to have done, been adopted by now. It's a strategic site supporting inward investment. It provides the types of uses that are being talked about. It directly addresses housing and infrastructure needs in a virtuous, mutually reinforcing cycle of investment, and it's a feasible approach which allows development to happen over a period, taking a long-term view. And then on paragraph 87, the paragraphs kind of repeat each other in themes, and I'm repeating myself here a bit. But again, we're expanding on clusters specifically and knowledge-driven sectors, potential development of distribution in a strategic location with access to the road network, and potential accommodation of key growth sectors. So again, directly addressing those items. And then paragraph 88, on rural areas, the council make a point about impacts on the rural economy. I have a small section in my proof, because it wasn't assessed in the planning application, which tries to have a look at the number of jobs on the number of the employment linked to the farm uses on the site, using some ready reckoners around the size of the farms and the numbers of farm employees, and also refer to the specific proof of evidence on those issues, which refers to what's happening with the current, what will happen with the current existing farms, and I conclude that the impacts are at worst negligible from an economic point of view. And then paragraph 89 I find not relevant.
Mr. Dobson, thank you very much, madam. Those are all the questions in chief.
Right. So it's 1:05. So we'll have an hour until 2:05.
You're impaired now this evening.
Oh,
Thank you. on housekeeping.
Oh gosh,
Sorry?
you've got coming out of there.
Have you not noticed? It's a misting
now.
fan. It's a misting fan.
It's scented as well, apparently.
It's scented. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. It's a little cooling breeze.
Yes, sorry.
The first thing is that the statement of common ground on viability has now been circulated to all, to everybody, including the programme officers. So you've got that.
How long is it, please?
I'm sorry?
How long is it?
How many pages, you mean?
Yes.
It is 20 pages, and just to sort of zoom in, common ground is pages 4 to sort of 12 or something, and then there's a few pages of uncommon ground between sort of 13
No,
to
it's
20.
just whether or not I really ought to have a hard copy of it,
I
that's
think
all.
yes, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know if... yes.
Could that be arranged?
Yeah, we'll try to do that this afternoon.
Yes.
That's the first thing. And the second thing is we've heard from the representatives at Kent, and they are content, if it suits, obviously, to start at 9.
Right, let's do that then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good. Right, and the rebuttal that's coming in tomorrow.
Yeah. There were 2 rebuttals coming in.
Two rebuttals rather, yes. Can I have them in hard copy, please?
Yes. The hard copies will be Wednesday. Yeah, so they're coming in tomorrow, and the hard copies apparently will be Wednesday morning, if that's okay.
Yeah, all right then.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, Mr. Pereira. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you think we ought to have it turned down a tiny bit, Mr. Gearing? Yes. I don't know, is it full blast at the moment? It's quite noisy, isn't it? Is that okay? Can you hear?
Yeah, I think so.
You have to speak up into your microphone.
I'll make
then,
sure
yes.
this time. I won't have my hands on so many.
Yeah, I mean, I can just hear Mr. Dobson.
Can you hear me
Just,
if I speak
I
like
can hear
that
you when
now?
you speak into the microphone. Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's see how we go.
Good. Let's make a start then, Mr. Dobson. So let's just remind ourselves of part of the context for this issue. There isn't an economic development, a specific economic development reason for refusal on the council's statement of case, but there is a difference in weight that's attached to economic benefits in the planning balance. Understood?
Yes.
Thank you. So our discussion today goes to issues of weight. You'll need to say yes.
Understood.
Yeah, thank you. You tell us in your evidence that the R&D and I&L sectors are the 2 main likely components of employment demand in that southern part of the site.
Yes.
And the primary evidence produced by the applicant to assess that demand is the Savills report, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. And you say in your evidence that you regard that as a reasonable approach, and you've said a similar thing in chief orally.
Agreed, yes.
Thank you. Right. I want to start with your position on the local plan. Okay? So we need to turn up your proof. PDF page 11, paragraph 2.39. Okay?
Yes.
So we have a section here headed local plan. You mentioned changes to the framework in 240, and then you say you're setting out the policy context. You refer to its references to the Thames Gateway, CP1, then over the page, the evidence base, 2.46 Kent Science Park, and so on, and then you come on to the rural economy, and just want to pick up on a few things. So at 240, you say to the inspector at the last sentence, overall, the local plan policies relating to employment are out of date and should be afforded limited weight insofar as they restrict employment land development.
Yes.
And then you say at 2.41, nevertheless, I set out some policies below, and as I read your case, you support the strategy of the plan in where it seeks to locate employment development.
I think yes.
Yes. But you do say 240 that to some extent, though, which I want to explore with you very shortly, the plan is out of date.
Yes.
Thank you. And what you say at the end of 240 is out of date should be afforded limited weight insofar as they restrict employment land development.
Yes.
Thank you. So we can test, can't we, your conclusion by asking the question, does the local plan restrict employment land development?
Yes.
Oh, it's not a trick question. It's your words. And can I say thank you for being so direct and succinct in answering questions, because it means we can make progress. Right. So I want to consider that question, first of all. Does the local plan restrict employment land development? Now, Savills, in essence, say that it has, don't they? Because they say there is suppressed demand, there has been suppressed demand over the plan period.
I think it's fair to say that I can't answer on behalf of Savills, but I think it's fair to say that you would draw the assumption that it has restricted development, yes, from the constrained approach.
Sorry, you could draw the assumption. What I'm asking for, please, is your understanding of Savills. As we understand it, the Savills report, if taken on face value, is saying that the plan has restricted delivery of employment land because there has been suppressed demand over the plan period.
Yes, I think in the context of not necessarily purely numerical factors, but other factors about the nature of the sites that were proposed and other things. So it's not purely about an amount of land.
Yes, I'm not talking about the future sites and the emerging plan. I'm talking about the plan. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I appreciate you say you can't answer for Savills, but you're in the position where you and the applicant rely on the Savills report, and indeed you've endorsed it as a reasonable approach.
I don't think as I said in my evidence in chief, I don't think we rely solely on the Savills report. I think the council's own evidence demonstrates the need for industrial and logistics floor space.
Yeah, I didn't say solely, Mr. Dobson. I said the applicant relies on. Does the applicant rely on the Savills report? Yes or no?
On industrial and logistics, I think it's one part of as I said to the inspector, one part of the issues that should be considered.
Yeah. Does the applicant rely on the Savills report? Yes or no?
On industrial and logistics land, it doesn't rely entirely on the Savills report, but it seeks support from the Savills report, is my answer to the question.
I'll put it one more time. I'll put it specifically. When it comes to industrial and logistics demand, does the applicant rely on the Savills report to any extent, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And when it comes to R&D demand, does the applicant rely on any extent to the Savills report, yes or no?
Yes.
And you've made an expert declaration in your report, haven't you?
I have.
So when you said in your report that you regard the Savills report as a reasonable basis for what it sets out, you must have applied your mind to that question.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's fair for me to ask you some questions about the Savills report, is it not?
It is.
Thank you.
I can't answer for every detail of it, as you can imagine.
Yes. I mean, part of the reason I'm doing this is for the reasons that Mr. Pestel said, but also it may be helpful to the inspector to see what your view, because you're the witness giving live evidence, what your view of Savills is, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Can we turn up, please, in the rebuttal appendix? So this is your rebuttal, the Savills appendix. Yes. Can we turn up, please, page 10 of that document? It's CD 37.9.5, I think. Yeah, it's CD 37.9.5. It's the appendix to Mr. Dobson's.
Savills report, actually,
Yeah.
isn't it?
It's the Savills rebuttal report, isn't it? Just to be clear.
Well, yes, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, can I carry on?
yes.
Thank you. Section 3.2, paragraph 3.2.1. Here are Savills saying, the suppressed demand methodology is widely regarded to be industry best practice. Do you see that? You have to turn your microphone on.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, we know that's Savills' view because they're saying it. Is that your view, Mr. Dobson?
I think it is from a developer applicant point of view in looking at an appropriate way to look at employment land demand. It is widely supported, yes, as is identified in CD 28.14 that is listed there.
Sure. Sure. I mean, we can and we will look at some of the documents. I'm asking you a specific question as an independent expert witness giving evidence here. Is it your view that the Savills demand, suppressed demand methodology is widely regarded to be industry best practice?
I think it's fair to say that it is widely regarded within the industry as industry best practice, but not necessarily in the plan making process.
Yeah. And so if you, because obviously as an expert, you're not here to argue your client's case, you're here to give independent evidence, aren't you?
Understood.
Yeah. So if I just ask you to, put your planning hat on as a planning witness, set aside, as you have to, what your client might wish you to say. With your planning hat on, I think it's fair to say that you yourself don't stand by the statement that the Savills demand methodology is widely regarded as industry best practice from the perspective of a planning needs assessment.
From a perspective of a local planning needs assessment for plan making purposes, yes, I agree.
Yeah, it's not.
For plan making purposes, yes.
It's not. Yeah, thank you. And in a development control context, then, in a development control context, do you say it's widely regarded as best practice for development control decisions from a planning perspective, not from an industry perspective, but from a planning perspective, as a planning expert?
I have to say I haven't been involved in any planning inquiries where it has been at question, so I can't really answer that.
Can't say.
question.
That's fine. That's absolutely fair. So not in a development plan context, and can't say in a development control context. Thank you. I'm not surprised by your answers, by the way, but thank you. Now, 3.2.1 is Savills' list of, as it were, I think it's fair to say that's its list of evidence to support the statement that they make, right?
Indeed.
And we looked at the British Property Federation report in Mr. Pestel's evidence in chief. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And so I think you can confirm factually, can't you, that it is right that the BPF commissioned the report that Savills referred to there, the Logic of Logistics?
Yes.
That Savills are an author of that report.
Yes.
And one of the purposes of that report was to lobby for changes to national policy, wasn't it?
I think one of the purposes of the... Yes, it was. Can I give a bit of context there? I think there's been a general post-pandemic discussion about the adequacy of current methods in assessing the need for employment land, and this was part of that ongoing discussion. So it is something that the logistics industry and the BPF have been engaging with government and others in, and we have seen policy development, including the most recent changes to the MPPF, which increased the significance of logistics as an important, as something that needed to be specifically looked at in plan making.
Yeah, sure. And one of the specific changes that the report asked for was recognition of the suppressed demand methodology in the planning practice guidance.
It was.
And that hasn't been brought about, has it?
No, the planning practice guidance hasn't yet been updated since the most recent changes to the MPPF.
Sure. Now, if we look down the list, the first three are all really talking about the same thing, the levelling up report.
Yes.
And then there are various things where, instances where Savills say our methodology has been considered or has supported, right?
Yes.
Have you familiarised yourself with some of these, or with any of these decisions?
Yes, I've read the Hinckley aspects and the Crawley and others that you promoted.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that in none of these decisions does the decision maker endorse the methodology.
I don't. Again, speaking for Savills, but I don't think that's what Savills are saying at 3.2.
Well, that's what I'm asking, though. It's what I'm asking. So it's fair to say, isn't it, that in none of these decisions does the decision maker endorse the methodology?
I don't think we'd expect a decision maker to specifically endorse a methodology in those decisions. My understanding, for example, and having read the Hinckley extract, which you've also provided as a core document, is that evidence, that the evidence that was provided on behalf of the applicant of the approved proposals includes the approach to the suppression. So it was in the evidence, and the Savills were cross-examined about that in the examination, and there was no other need evidence provided by the applicant, and that planning permission, the inspectors confirm that there was need on the basis of that evidence, and that provided by the local authorities through a statement of common ground.
So you're saying Hinckley supports the proposition that the decision maker accepted there was need on the basis of that evidence. That's to say the Savills evidence.
The Savills evidence and the wider evidence and statements of common ground referred to in the section that is in the court document.
Well, we can look at that in a minute. So the answer to my question, you say, is yes, there is a decision where the decision maker endorsed the Savills approach, and it's the Hinckley decision.
No, I'm saying that they endorsed the need for the development on the basis of a report that follows that methodology. I don't think we necessarily expect planning inspectors on all occasions to be endorsing a particular or specific methodology when deciding that they've agreed that there's need.
All right, I'll make it easier for you by being more specific. In none of these decisions will the inspector find any express endorsement of the Savills methodology.
I think in the Crawley one, it is identified as being part of the evidence in the round.
Yes, it's part of the evidence here as well, but that doesn't mean that the inspector is necessarily endorsing it. I'm asking a specific question, and you know that, Mr. Dobson, so I'm going to put it to you again. In none of the decisions will this inspector, who needs to understand the evidence, find an express endorsement of the Savills suppressed demand methodology.
No.
No. And let's turn up Hinckley. Before we do, let's just look at the bullet point that talks about Hinckley. It's the foot of page 8. Supported the need case. SOS eventually rejected. But paragraph 25 of the decision letter said there was a compelling need for the project. And then over the bullet point over the page, this conclusion was reiterated in the final refusal letter. Satisfied need case weighed in favour of the proposed development. And then there are some references there, and that's a reference to the examining authority's recommendation, right?
Yes.
In that part. So let's just turn up the Hinckley material to see what we can gain from it. So I think it's is it ID in inquiry document 100.45 possibly, I think I got that right. Yeah, 100.45. Okay.
Yes.
So here we have the section on need, and firstly, if we go to it's a national infrastructure project, so we go to 3.2.70. Need was identified in the national planning statement already. It was a draft national planning statement, but we can see need was identified there, right?
Yes.
There is a need so needs identified in national policy anyway. But then we see at 3.2.71 We sought views of the local authorities on the applicants, so that's the body supported by Savills' suggestion that previous studies had underestimated the demand for warehousing in the area. Just like here, right?
Yes.
And then LCC, that's Leicester, responded by stating...
Sorry, can I take a step back? It
Yeah.
isn't just like here, because we aren't suggesting that the local authority in the most recent employment land review has significantly underestimated the need for employment land.
No, but Savills are saying there's been suppressed demand in nearly every year of the plan period.
But that's not the same as saying that the council's employment needs analysis, the most recent one, is underestimating employment demand.
I'm not talking about the most recent one. I'm talking about Savills' view of the existing plan. Because and the reason we got here is because you say the existing plan is out of date to the extent that it restricts employment land, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's the point I'm examining. What's the evidence to show that the existing plan has or does restrict employment development? Not talking about the future assessment.
Okay.
Got me? Thank you. 3.2.
Sorry, just to reiterate that
Yep.
point, factually, reading that sentence, it says previous employment studies, so it isn't the same situation as here.
Let's carry on. Because the question is, does it support what Savills say?
I know you have a wider question, but
Yeah.
that you were
Yeah.
taking me somewhere that isn't factually correct.
The only issue here is, does this material support Savills' model? That's the only question, the only real issue. LCC's asked, the local authorities are asked, and LCC respond by saying, previous studies undertaken have not significantly underestimated industrial and logistics. And they go on to talk about why, and then there's a refer to studies done by GL Hearn and Iceni. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the Leicester Housing and Economic Needs Assessment. And they say at the end, managing growth and change study in particular included a margin for flexibility equivalent to 5 years of completions. And Mr. Pestle talked about adding in a margin, right?
Yes.
And then it said the total is 1.7 million square metres, still below the applicant's estimates.
Yes.
And then there are some other paragraphs, but if we go to 3.2.73, there's a reference to other toings and froings, but then over the page, Mr. Matt Kingan, director of Iceni, so we've seen reference to the Iceni report, suggested that because the specific location attributes of Leicestershire, the needs assessment his company produced is particularly focused on strategic warehousing and distribution. We consider the methodologies employed in that study, so they are picking out one, and it's the Iceni one, seek to both align with PPG and also fall in line with best practice with other studies and established methodologies that consider the needs of the sector. And so what we can gain from this is that the applicant's point that other studies had underestimated was put and rejected, wasn't it?
I think you're imputing that they've rejected the other one, but it doesn't say explicitly, but yes, they do endorse the approach by Iceni.
They endorse the approach by Iceni, who were acting for Leicester, who in their response to the inspector's question said the studies have not underestimated industrial and logistics demand.
Yes.
And they do pick out a specific assessment, and it's the Iceni assessment. Correct?
Yes.
And so, whatever else you may have said about the Hinckley report earlier, it does not support or validate the Savills suppressed demand model, does it?
As I said earlier, I don't think any reports are specifically validating specific methodologies.
Well, if you were giving evidence on behalf of Iceni, you could say, yeah, look, here's an inspector who endorsed Iceni's approach. So that point you've just made is wrong. reports do. This one does. It's just that it endorses Iceni, not Savills. Do you see?
Hang on, I'm just reading the text.
Sure.
Yes, I mean, I agree that they
Thank you.
validate that the approach aligns with PPG and falls in line with best practice, yes.
Whose approach?
I've seen this.
Yeah, thank you. Now, let's move on. Mr. Pestle, and I'm still asking you about the list that Savills rely on in their rebuttal. Mr. Pestle referred to the Warrington decision.
He did?
And it's a plan-making decision, granted, yes?
Yes.
Do you not think it unfortunate that when Savills are setting out reasons why they say their model is best practice, that they don't care to mention to the inspector or the Secretary of State that 2 inspectors at Warrington doubted its validity? It's a bit of an unfortunate
Can you give me a moment
omission.
to turn to the document, please?
Yeah, sure. It's CD 28.29.
And can you take me to the paragraph as well, please?
You want a paragraph?
Yes, please.
88 to 90. It's PDF pages 22 to 23.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you're there.
I'm there, yeah.
We can see here 2 inspectors are considering the Iceni, the Savills approach. Yes?
Yes.
And they refer to it as an alternative approach.
Yes.
And they refer to net absorption, which is one of the things that's in the Savills report before this inquiry, yes?
Yes.
And they refer to, at 89, how it's used to try and identify suppressed demand, which is what Savills are doing here, right? In this inquiry.
Yes.
And having considered it, they say at 90, overall, we have doubts as to the validity of the approach, right?
Yes.
And they say how much it has estimated a need for 494.62 hectares. You see that?
Yes.
And if we were to, we looked at this in chief, Mr. Pestle, but if we were to go to paragraph 104, we see that the need figure that the inspectors set upon was 168 hectares.
Yes.
So the Savills approach was nearly, not quite, but nearly 3 times what the inspectors.
Yes.
Right.
Can I just add something to that, yes?
Sorry?
Can I just add something to that, yes,
You can add
please?
anything you want, thank you.
Thank you. If we're talking about Warrington, we are talking about a place that the inspectors agree has constrained supply. It was a greenbelt authority. There have been numerous call-ins and appeals around industrial and logistics sites in that location, and the approach taken here is very much focused on that greenbelt aspect and has focused on a labour supply component for assessing employment land need, which is not only below that Savills assessment but also not using the approach endorsed by Mr. Pestel, which is around a trend assessment, because the trend assessment again gives you a very high figure, and the reason for that is because the green belt and planning policies there undoubtedly significantly suppress supply in Warrington and St Helens, which is a well-known factor, and therefore the approach taken here and the difference between that very high figure and the much lower figure that is endorsed ultimately in the local plan is based on those factors.
Sure, and shall I put my question again?
I was responding to your previous question, but you can put your next question.
Don't you think it's an unfortunate omission that when Savills are putting forward evidence to support the credibility of their model, they fail to mention that 2 inspectors here found it to be unreliable and had doubts about it? Don't you think that's an unfortunate omission, Mr. Dobson?
Can I? Well, on the 2 things, I don't think that you can say that the Hinckley decision demonstrates that the inspectors had doubts about it. The wording of that doesn't say anything specifically about the Savills model. In relation to the Hinckley one, yes, clearly they are flagging that up because it was a novel approach which is looking at that time, which is looking at suppressed demand as market signals, which is a different method of assessing need, which when we come to the Crawley report we'll see is used as part of a range of analysis as one would expect from PPG.
Yeah. So the answer is yes, it is an unfortunate omission, isn't it? Really? Not to mention this to the inspector.
Genuinely, I don't usually see reports of this type. It's a commercial market assessment, not an employment land report, and I don't think they would tend to go through every decision that it's been considered in.
I'm not asking about everyone. Savills have a section in their rebuttal saying our model is widely regarded as industry best practice, and then they produce what they say is evidence of that. Obviously, let's just agree this, obviously with the intention of supporting the credibility of their approach, right?
Yes.
Right? And the reason they do that is because they want weight to be attached to it. Right?
Yes.
And so does the applicant.
The applicant, in relation to the industrial and logistics, is agreed with Mr. Pestel on the amount of land that is required. So we're having a rather academic discussion about different employment land methodologies.
Do you set aside the Savills report in relation to R&D?
I'm not setting aside the Savills report in relation to anything. It gives useful evidence as part of a range of evidence, as planning practice guidance suggests that you should do.
Yeah, let's agree, Mr. Dobson, that for as long as the applicant relies on the Savills report, questions about the Savills report are relevant, shall we?
Yes.
And seeing as Savills aren't here to give evidence, the credibility of Savills is also relevant, isn't it? Savills have made claims in their report, and so the credibility of Savills is relevant, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So, just a final point on this. Can we take it then as your evidence that you consider it entirely acceptable that Savills did not draw attention to the Warrington decision and the criticisms of the inspectors there? You consider
I think
that
it would have been
acceptable?
better if their rebuttal, when it was dealing with the other things, had picked up on that, yes.
Yeah. And the reason for that is because it gives the Inspector and the Secretary of State a fairer evidence base to judge the credibility of their approach, doesn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat
the reason, well, I'll put it more succinctly. The reason for that is because Warrington is relevant to the credibility of the Savills approach.
I don't think Warrington is relevant to looking at Savills in the round, and it should have been included in looking at the Savills approach in the round. I don't actually think that the way the decision deals with it and the context of Warrington are a particularly useful comparison for this specific site.
All right. Well, I think that's probably enough in Warrington. You wanted to mention Crawley, which is a case I happen to do. So that's
with Savills, I believe.
Yes, indeed. That's why I was surprised. I was surprised to see it, but I'm not allowed to give evidence, so I won't. Now, inquiry document 100.46. You can put Warrington away. So, just let me find the... Okay, so this is another recent decision, and we have a section, issue 3. And you made some points about Warrington and constrained land. The same thing is the case in Crawley, isn't it? Because of the Gatwick safeguarding constraining land. Yeah. And there's a section considering the employment land requirement. And if we... the inspectors here are considering whether to keep in the plan an allocation for what happened to be logistics development. Yep.
I assume, given you were there and you're telling the truth,
well, it was a strategic
involved.
Okay, it was a strategic allocation that was already in the plan, and the question was, should it stay in the plan?
That we're talking about the safeguarded site. I think there were wider employment land issues as well, weren't there?
Yeah. Now, we can see paragraph 123. Submissions to the examination seek to quantify the figure as being somewhere between 48 hectares and 118.
Yes.
And you will know, because I'm sure you've checked, that the 118 comes from the Savills.
Yes.
Thank you. And as a matter of fact, that figure is not adopted by the inspectors, is it?
No, it's not. Will you... Sorry, I'll let you finish and then I'll come back.
Please say what you want to say.
I was going to say, if we look at paragraph 123, the council obviously commissioned this wider market signals assessment, as you'll be aware, that it was prepared by Litchfields, but used the suppressed demand approach. And as you're probably no doubt going to take me to, such a methodology is not embedded within national policy, but at the same time, the employment land PPG is much wider and not fixed than housing assessment, but it is regarded as a further sensitivity test and an analysis of market signals.
Yeah. So it was used as a sensitivity test, not the Savills one, but the council's consultants.
The council's consultants, but using a suppressed demand methodology.
And that gave a 48.7 hectare need. That's about 5 lines up, paragraph 123. From the end. The MSA identifies a total land requirement for industrial warehousing uses of 48.7 hectares. Paragraph 123, but over the page on page 6. So the last few lines of that paragraph, about 6, 7 lines up. So not the 118 of Savills, but 48.7. And all the inspector said was that reaffirms the need to treat the plan figure of 26.2 as a minimum.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought you said that the council's consultant were Litchfields,
Yes.
and they used a suppressed demand model.
Yeah. If you look at the bottom of page 100 of paragraph 123,
Yeah.
the methodology has looked at net take-up over time, floor space occupied and vacated, and latent demand factoring in a vacancy rate. So it's yeah,
But
to generate market signals.
so how does that fit with? So was Savills involved in this or not?
Savills were involved for the promoter, and their assessment was the 118 is where the 118 comes from.
But the Litchfields report also used a suppressed market
So
model.
they both used that same model.
Not-
I can't really see what.
sorry.
it is. Yeah.
To clarify, not the same model, but the same concept of suppressed demand.
Yeah, a similar idea.
So they got different figures because they used different inputs to their models, but both of them used a suppressed demand
Yeah.
approach.
Okay.
I would add that in this case and Warrington, neither of them adopted the approach taken by Mr. Pestel either, which was also subject for debate, which I think demonstrates that you get a range of different approaches and market signals which provide you with
We
a
can
range of considerations.
Sorry. We can observe, can't we, that the Litchfields output was about a third of the top end of the Savills output, roughly.
Yes, unlike here where it's almost exactly the same.
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
I said unlike here where it's almost exactly the same.
Okay. Thank you. And again, the inspectors don't endorse the figure. They simply use it as a sensitivity and say we should treat the plan figure as a minimum. Right?
Yes.
Thank you. And then curiously, if we go back to the Savills appendix, there is, in the list of things they rely on, bottom of page 9. So we can leave Crawley, and we're back at 37.9.5, the Savills rebuttal appendix. Bottom of page 9 say that their model has supported the need case for an appeal, and it makes says various things, and then says the appeal was allowed on the 25th of March 2024. Right?
Sorry, where? Oh, I see. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Bullet point at the bottom of page 11.
Sorry?
I was just clarifying where it was, the bullet point at the bottom of page 11.
Thank you.
Is that the appeal you're referring to?
Oh, I see.
Page 9 of the Savills report, page 11 of the PDF.
Yeah, I'm being a bit slow. PDF page 11, printed page 9. Read fairly, I mean, if the inspector was to read that, she might come away with the idea that the appeal decision somehow gave some support for the Savills need assessment, mightn't she? I mean, that would be... Why else refer to it?
I think it's fair. I think it's reasonable to refer to where they've produced and used the report in an inquiry. And I think actually, I don't think I would take. Other people might have a different view.
Really?
But I would not take the view that is claiming that particular report gave them an endorsement.
Because need wasn't even an issue in the inspector's decision letter, was it?
No. But if they had not, I wasn't involved in the case, but had they not demonstrated it, they may have. It may have been an issue.
I mean,
but it isn't covered in the decision letter, I agree.
But do you not find that remarkable? Here's a passage of evidence designed to support the credibility of the model, as you've agreed, and it refers to an appeal decision letter where need wasn't even a key issue, and the model's not mentioned.
I genuinely don't find that incredible. I think they're listing the various times that it's been used, and it's been used in that appeal. I don't think they go, in terms of the text there, they don't go beyond that.
All right. All right. Now, let's move forward and just summarize where we are
Can I close that now?
so far. Sorry?
Can I close the rebuttal now, or do you want me to keep
I
it
think
open?
we'll be coming back to the rebuttal, so I would leave it open just for now.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move forward. Okay. Now, I want to ask you a few questions next, please, about suppressed demand, okay?
Yes.
Just so that I know that we're both talking about the same thing. So let's do it in the context of industrial and logistics land, right? The basic point, however the detail of the model works, the basic point is that you take an 8% figure as a kind of ideal vacancy rate.
Benchmark, but yes.
And to the extent that vacancy has fallen below 8%, that difference is treated as demand that should be met.
Yes, a deficit that is carried over into the future.
Yeah, I mean there's a maths to it, but that's the basic point, isn't it?
Yes.
And Savills look at previous years asking that question,
Yes.
and then by a process of maths, they then accumulate all of the years of lower than 8% vacancy,
Yes.
and then they use that as a projection of demand going forward.
Yes, with the wider projection of demand.
Yeah, yeah. Now, just want to step back a bit. Apart from the suppressed demand model, apart from that, what evidence do you produce to show that actual real businesses wanting to develop logistics parks in Swale have been turned away during the plan period because they can't find sites?
During the plan period in the past,
Yeah.
as opposed to the plan period moving forward, because
during the plan
obviously
period in the past.
Panattoni have identified in support of this application requirement for possibly up to 100,000 square metres of development, which is in the letters of support, which I can take you to if you like.
Okay, so you say letters of support. Apart from letters of support and Savills, what evidence is there that in the past, up until now, actual developers of logistics who want to locate in Swale have been turned away?
Well, apart from you're basically saying apart from Europe's largest developer of logistics, who has recently built a park in Swale, which Mr. Pestel
Yeah.
makes great emphasis on, who are now saying they would like more land.
Sure.
I would take a logical position from that they would have liked more land at any point, but they are certainly supporting that need for land now.
Sure. I'm focusing on the past because your point about the plan is it's out of date insofar as it restricts development, and Savills' point is there's been suppressed demand over the plan period. So I'm just testing that, right?
Yep.
So we know that Panettone has, in the past, found a site in Swale that it wanted.
Yes.
So that's evidence of the plan meeting demand, right?
Yes.
And we know that the same applies for Morrison's,
Yes.
and we know that the same applies for Aldi.
Yes.
So 3 cases looking back where developers have been able to find land in Swale that they wanted.
Yes.
Right? And let's go to your...
Can I just say something? One more thing about that in
Yeah.
terms of the kind of suppressed demand point, and it was an answer that Mr. Pestel gave at the end of his cross-examination on Friday. He said, and I quote, "The large warehouse market traditionally follows supply," which I agree with. But the implication of that is that if you don't have the supply, the large warehouse market cannot follow it. So actually, I think there, and in terms of the employment, some of the paragraphs of the Employment Land Review about recent take-up, Mr. Pestel, while not calling it suppressed demand, does refer to constraints.
Sure, but there are 3 examples of land being available, and
Yes,
taken up.
and that's good. It's great.
yeah, it is great, isn't it? Your Panettone letter,
Yes.
that is core document. You might get there before.
26.1.7.
That's it. 26.1.7. Let me just get that up. And it's PDF page 7. Yep.
It's on page 7.
It's on PDF page 7. Yeah. So they say that they want to communicate their interest and commitment to commercial interest in Highsted Park should the development be granted planning permission. Yep.
I think we should probably read the quote properly. We would like to reiterate our continued interest and commitment.
Yep. To the commercial interest at Highsted Park, should the development be granted planning permission, opportunity for 100,000 square metres, then their track record, then the site that they've just brought forward, let to DPD, prospect of contributing additional employment space that delivers substantial benefits to the region, and then their world's largest industrial developer over the last 39 years. Very grateful if you could keep me updated. All right?
Yes.
And there's nothing here, is there, about the plan in the past restricting the supply of employment land, is there?
No, and you wouldn't expect there to be.
No, but well, you might if Panettone had been looking for a site in Swale over a period of years and not been able to find one because supply is restricted.
I don't think you'd expect that in this letter, and I agree again, as I said with Mr. Pestel, that demand follows supply, and we do a lot of work with logistics businesses, and if land is brought forward in a location which is a high quality location like this one, as Mr. Pestel suggested, that will increase trend delivery in that location. Which, flipping it on its head, is saying that previous supply has been constrained.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that's your evidence. It's not Mr. Pestel's evidence. All I'm asking you
yes, it is my evidence. Yeah.
Sorry? What was
Sorry, I just said yes, it is my evidence. It was Mr. Pestel's evidence that, and I can quote the words again for you, the large warehouse market traditionally follows supply.
Sure.
And it was also Mr. Pestel's evidence that if this was provided here with the access issues dealt with, there would be take-up.
Sure. All I'm asking you is whether this letter supports the idea that in the previous years of the plan up till now, the plan has restricted the supply of industrial and logistics land. That's all I'm asking you, Mr. Dobson. Can I have an answer, please?
It doesn't explicitly say that, but I think we can reasonably infer that it does confirm demand in the area, and that will have been long-term demand. Swale has not competed well with other locations within the Thames Gateway for this type of land. Much of the land that has been identified and the ones that you have identified have come forward very slowly over time because of constraints and restrictions, and investment to open up access to those sites, including to the M5 junction, have enabled them to come forward. But Swale has not punched its way in that market because it has not brought forward market-ready sites. Mr. Pestel's evidence says that that these sites have come forward because other locations have run out of sites. Again, that suggests that those other locations now have constrained supply and would have more demand were they providing for employment land. So I think it's an odd position to take that the employment land market in Swale and generally in North Kent has not been constrained. What you do with that for a employment land assessment is a different question, but for the way the market operates, I doubt you'd find any agent who says that the market hasn't been constrained here and actually in most places in the UK.
Yeah, interesting. So I doubt you'll find any agents who would deny that. There are no letters from any agents saying that either, are there?
No.
No.
We haven't sought to do that or make... No, there haven't been.
I mean, an obvious thing to do, right? You know, I'm an agent. I've got all these people on my books wanting land, and because Swale's constrained, we can't locate here.
Well, the council's own witness has already said that there would be demand for this site. It's generally agreed. I don't know why we would need to provide you with additional evidence when the council's own witness has already said that.
Thank you. There's another point I want to put to you about suppressed demand, and I just want your view on it. So that difference between the 8% and whatever the vacancy might be, let's say 5%,
yeah.
Right? That 3% difference. That's what's converted into demand or need, right?
Yes.
But actually, as a matter of fact, what we know, as a matter of fact, is that that difference is evidence of need being met, isn't it?
What, the fact that there is an undersupply of land?
No, the fact that vacancies have dropped from 8 to 5%, that 3% difference comes about because need is being met, because space is being let.
Need is not being met sufficiently.
Well, hang on.
But yes, I mean, obviously, and back to my point about a market economy and competition, we want to provide sites, and we should be providing sites that that stimulate competition and allow people to invest.
Yeah.
If we do a kind of Goldilocks, where we'll do the smallest amount, just about right, approach to that, we will not respond to that need and demand. And I believe the government's position in the MPPF and the need for growth that I highlighted in my evidence in chief suggests that that approach is not an appropriate one, and in this case,
Right.
and more generally, in fact.
So, just go back to my question. I think you're agreeing, aren't you, that when the evidence shows vacancy dropping below 8%, that is evidence of need being met?
Not sufficiently.
Well, you say not sufficiently.
I think everyone says not sufficiently if it's below the benchmark that the council's advisors and Savills. I mean, this isn't a position of controversy. As we saw, you can have a debate about whether 7.5% or 8% should be the benchmark.
You know, Mr. Dobson, that Mr. Pestel's use of the 8% is different to Savills' use of the 8%.
Not in the context that we're discussing now.
Well,
The context we're discussing now is you saying that need is being met. The need is, and leaving aside future modelling, we're talking about whether need has been met. If the vacancy rate falls below the benchmark level, whatever methodology you use for casting forward, some supply is being brought forward, but some need is not being met.
Yeah. What I'm asking about is that some need not being met. Where the evidence is that when the vacancy level falls below 8%, that means some need is not being met.
I mean, that's just... I don't really understand the question. If you are looking at employment land and the need for employment land, you look at a vacancy rate to see, because you need a surplus over and above the basic amount of employment land that you're bringing forward. If you go below that surplus, then you have unmet need and prices go up and development happens. I mean, it's a kind of... It's in the nature of how a market works, and it's in the basic nature of how people do employment land studies. Not for me an issue of controversy.
All right. Now, research and development. You've also produced some letters, haven't you, in your appendices?
Yes. It's a different appendix.
Different appendix.
Yeah.
Again, can we just confirm that the letters you've produced are from existing occupiers, aren't they, of the Kent Science Park?
Yes.
One who located there as recently as last year.
Yes.
And unless I've missed it, I don't think there is any material from somebody wishing to locate to the Kent Science Park, but saying they're unable to do so or unwilling to. No.
And I don't think one would expect to do so. I mean, back to my point that I made earlier around the need to look across economic cycles and look long term. I don't think, particularly given the development period of this scheme, that that's particularly material to the decision as to whether there's a letter from someone who wants to occupy here. And our experience elsewhere from both science park developers and from occupiers is that the system isn't quick enough to respond to those things because it is restrictive. And if you don't have the planning permission and the supply of land, they will go elsewhere.
Mum, can I just turn to you? I've probably got about another half hour maybe. So I don't know if you'd like me to just carry on or take a short break now. I don't know how people...
Yes, well, I'm quite happy, but does anybody else need do you need a break?
No, I'm happy to carry on.
Shall we carry on?
Yes, you're all right.
It'd be good
yes.
to get,
Yeah, why not? Let's do that.
Yeah, okay, good. Next point on R&D. So and I want to ask you about the capital investment
Yes.
model. So it's not controversial between us that there's an association between capital investment and the need for land or premises, right?
No, there absolutely has to be.
Absolutely not. My question is, how do we know that the Savills model reliably converts capital investment to a reliable level of land? How do we know?
I think this is a point that was fairly raised by Mr. Pestel about the conversions. I've spoken to Savills, and I have some kind of background as to how that works in more detail than is in the report, which we would be happy to share once I've been able to go through it. I haven't had it for very long, but I think it's the approach set out in the document at...
My question to you is, Mr. Pestel, not how do we know how they do it.
Yeah.
They can explain how they do it. My question is a different one, which is, how do we know the outcome is reliable?
Well, I mean, it is giving it goes through the steps that are set out in the report from a starting point of looking at capital investment, extending capital investment in the different subsectors over time, then providing employment per job point, which picks up on the point that Mr. Pestel raised in his proof of evidence on Friday about wind farms. So wind farms create very few jobs, so that subsectoral bit of it has a very low number of jobs. The other subsectors have higher numbers of jobs. That then converts into floor space based on employment ratios which are specific to the different sectors and their take-up of property. So it goes through that process. I think it is a reasonable, high-level assessment of how that might work. Others will no doubt over time be developing new models, but it's the only model we have, and I think from my experience of doing economic assessment, it's a reasonable high-level judgment on those numbers. And if we compare it back to what's being proposed at the Science Park, it isn't in any respect a kind of outlandish number. So it was giving us a kind of sense of what the Kent Science Park market looks like. And funnily enough, I think the same actually goes for the infrastructure and logistics numbers as well, regardless of your debate over the methodology. They're not odd numbers. They're not 4 times anyone else's numbers. They're reasonable in proportion to the scale of the opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, you could say any of that, in a sense, without needing the model. You find a number that it looks in reasonable proportion to the scale of the opportunity here, but that's not the question I'm asking. There's no evidence of any kind of benchmarking or independent testing of their capital investment model, certainly in the material that we've seen. Is that fair?
No.
Thank you.
But I mean, again, as I said in evidence in chief, the not having a model, particularly now with the focus on the MPPF and the focus on growth and the industrial strategy looking at increasing capital investment, effectively, if you do what Mr. Pestel, I mean, in fact, Mr. Pestel hasn't done anything at all, but if you do it on business as usual, you are not going to be planning for the growth that you need. Whereas if you have a model that looks at a range of outcomes based on growing capital investment, which is what the government's intentions are, that is a reasonable way of doing that. And I also think it's consistent with planning practice guidance. And if I come back to Mr. Pestel's so-called qualitative assessment, there isn't really a qualitative assessment there. There's some kind of anecdotal evidence about other science parks which I've discussed I don't think is particularly relevant. So I don't think there is an alternative assessment from the council, either quantitative, certainly, and we're all agreed on that, but I don't think the qualitative assessment as it stands now, as opposed to in the previous employment land reviews, is there either.
Okay. Well, you just characterised part of Mr. Pestel's evidence as anecdotal evidence of other science parks I don't think is relevant, right? So let's just look at what Savills said. What Savills said about the other science parks, and I'm going to look specifically at Discovery Park. So let's go to their main report first of all, please. So this is CD, I think it's 28.1, is it? Yep. And we need to turn up PDF page 18, I think. So this is what they were saying before they'd read Mr. Pestel's. Sorry, it's PDF page 18 and it's paper page 17. Yes. So this is what Savills was saying before they'd read Mr. Pestel's evidence, and specifically the challenges that Discovery Park were facing. So they talk about the market area.
Sorry, can you take me to the paragraph?
Yeah, sure. I'm just at the beginning of section 4. They say that they're going to introduce the property market area, and then they say 4.1.2. In summary, Kent is home to an established regional science and tech ecosystem anchored by science parks, e.g. KSP and Discovery Park, and educational institutions. And then if we go on to 4.2.3, the PMA is considered a cohesive commercial property market where commercial activity is concentrated in out-of-town locations such as science and business parks, e.g. KSP and Discovery Park. And then 4.2.5, there are 4 science parks in the PMA, of which KSP and Discovery Park in Sandwich are the largest. And if we go to 4.3.2, the PMA is home to an established regional S&T ecosystem concentrated around science parks, in particular KSP and Discovery Park.
Yes.
So certainly at this point of writing, Savills were presenting Discovery Park as an established science park that's one of the anchors of the ecosystem here.
Yes.
Right? And if we now go to what they then say in rebuttal when faced with Mr. Pestel's evidence, so let's turn up the rebuttal. And I think we need to go to paragraph 2.8. No, that can't be right. That's not right. Give me a moment. Yeah, no, that is. Oh no, sorry, it's your rebuttal. Sorry, so 37.9.4. Your rebuttal, paragraph 2.8. Page 4. So you refer to the Savills.
Just give me one
Yeah,
second.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. You refer to the Savills rebuttal report in your appendix, and they say it's not appropriate or relevant to make comparisons with other places, including Discovery Park. And you quote, "The presence of an existing science park anchor, a critical mass of science tenants, is key to future demand. Therefore, sites that do not have this are unlikely to attract developers to deliver new lab buildings." Now, Discovery Park was referred to as an anchor in the first Savills report, Mr. Dobson, wasn't it?
Just to say, well, yes, it was, but that paragraph is, I think, relating to Medway Innovation Park that we talked about earlier.
Okay, well, let's relate it to Discovery Park, shall we?
Yes.
I think by...
2.8 of my rebuttal. there's a quote underneath it in blue or highlighted.
Yeah, if we relate it to Discovery Park is an existing science park, an anchor, and does have science tenants, doesn't it?
Yes, and it has a different characteristic from Kent Science Park and is in effectively a different cluster, as you'll have seen from my proof of evidence and evidence in chief.
It's acknowledged by Savills to be one of the anchors of the same market area as the Kent Science Park.
Yes, they've looked at a wider market area for Kent because there aren't small market areas, but I'm genuinely struggling to see the relevance of Mr. Pestel's points about Discovery Park.
Okay, so the fact that an existing science park in the same market area that can be described as an anchor has existing tenants, and I think Mr. Pestel says in his evidence 50,000 square metres of vacant land, the fact that that site has problems with vacancies, you don't think is relevant to the prospects of science park development here at Highsted?
No, I don't.
All right, well, I'll leave the inspector to decide on the competing views about that. Nearly there. Competition.
Yes.
Can we turn up the National Planning Policy Framework? And can we just turn up 11B, paragraph 11B?
Yes.
So, granted, this is about plan making, right?
Yes.
But the government spends a lot of time setting out policies on plan making because development control decisions have to be made in accordance with the plan, unless there are other material considerations, right?
Yes. In this
So-
case, I won't go on. I was going to be unnecessarily feisty, but I won't. Carry on with your question.
That's all right. You can be invited to be that way in re-examination if Mr.
I'll let
Simons
Mr.
wishes.
Bashful
But,
deal with it.
but the point I'm making is the way the government wants plans to work reflects the way they expect development control decisions to work. Because development control decisions have to be made in accordance with the plan, unless there are other material considerations.
I don't think I necessarily agree with that characterisation. If the local plan is out of date,
I'm
then
talking about in principle.
why should?
I'm talking.
Even in principle, I mean, the system has lots of different checks and balances within it, and I don't think you can immediately read across plan making requirements for considering individual planning applications, which is why the MPPF refers to plan making and decision making.
Let's explore it a little bit further, then we'll see where we get to. The purpose of the development plan is to bring some certainty to the planning system, isn't it?
The purpose of it, it's to be the plan for the area. Yes.
Yeah, and it's to bring some certainty. That's why we have a presumption in favour of the plan.
Yes.
And so by following government policy on how plans are to be made, we have some insight into how development control decisions are also likely to be made, don't we? Because they're going to follow the process under the plan.
I think that's a bit of a stretch in the circumstances where you don't have an up-to-date plan.
I'm talking in principle, Mr. Dobson.
I don't know, genuinely don't know what you mean by in
Okay,
principle.
all right. Well, let's just.
I mean, I'm happy to.
I'll put the point to you.
If you want to make this real, I'm happy to have a conversation.
Yeah, I'll put the point to you, and then we can deal with it in submission. If you look at the way, I'll put it on the basis of plan making, so that we don't have to disagree. All right.
Okay.
if you look at the way that plan making is to work, it's made very clear here that the planning authority is to meet its own needs and then any needs that cannot be met within neighbouring areas. Do you see that? 11b.
Yes.
And when it comes to those needs that cannot be met in neighbouring areas, there's an expectation of collaboration and the duty to cooperate and all the rest of that between neighbouring
Statement of common ground, etc.
Right. And that, on the face of it, does not contemplate competition between planning authorities to try and meet each other's needs, does it?
I think it envisages them identifying the strategic needs and then agreeing how they're going to do that. But if we look at the MPP, I mean, going back to the Chapter 6 and the first paragraph of Chapter 6, it says they should be looking to meet local and wider needs for economic development.
Sure. Can I just have an answer to my question, though? This particular paragraph is not consistent with the idea that one planning authority should be competing to take needs from another.
No, I think it suggests that they should plan strategically across areas.
Anything else?
And then if we go on to what those needs are, it should be local and wider needs.
Okay, one moment. I think I might stop there. Thank you very much.
Could I just ask a question in light of what's just been said? It's a question really just... Thank you, sorry. Mr. Dobson gave evidence on a number of different things. He gave detailed evidence on all of the paragraphs, in chief I mean, detailed evidence on all the different paragraphs in Section 6 of the NPPF, which he identified as the focus of his, what he was giving evidence about. He gave detailed evidence on the National Industrial Strategy, the history of the Thames Gateway. Also, he gave detailed evidence on the quantitative and qualitative benefits or impacts that he described, on which his case is, based. What I need to know really is whether or not it is correct, given that no questions have been asked about any of that stuff, those matters are all accepted by the local authority, because it's important for us to understand, because Mr. Bashforth's coming back, that's true, but Mr. Bashforth's not the man to, we're entitled to rely on the evidence that's just been given and not repeat it all. If questions are going to be put about it at all, they're going to be put now. Of course, if it's all agreed, then that's fine. I say it all, the bits that haven't been asked questions about. So I'm not talking about Savills methodology or all that stuff, but the things he wasn't asked about. So that what I want to know is, can we infer from the lack of any cross-examination on any of the stuff to do with Section 6 of the NPPF and the National Industrial Strategy, Thames Gateway, and the quantitative and qualitative economic benefits arising from the scheme, that those are matters that are not in issue?
So I'll ask a question for the sake of adversarial advocacy formality. No. I'll ask a question on the, just to put it to you, on the.
Well, if it's not an issue.
No, let me answer your you've asked me something, so let me answer. I'll ask a question about the National Industrial Strategy to be formally correct. On the question of the quantification of the economic benefits, we haven't produced any rival evidence on that, and that's why I'm not cross-examining on it. Mr. Daigan will deal with that as a matter of weight, but the actual figures, we haven't produced any rival evidence, and that's why I'm not cross-examining. I've got nothing different, but so I hope that's understood. Let me just put a couple of questions on the.
So Section 6 of the NPPF, if that's an issue.
we don't have a reason for refusal on economic grounds, and so while there are issues around the amount of weight to be given to the economic benefits, it's not being said. I'm just going to turn around and check with Mr. Digan. We're not making a case that the development is in breach of Section 6 of the framework. There is a point about Regen 4, which Mr. Digan deals with. About Regen 4, which is the KSP development plan policy.
That's a policy that has a series of criteria, DM criteria. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. I'm now going to just put a question or two on the National Industrial Strategy. See, as a formality, I'm being invited to make the case clear, so I'll do that, and thank you. We know, as a matter of fact, that the Kent cluster, as you might call it, has not been identified specifically in the National Industrial Strategy as one of the favoured clusters for government investment and so on, has it?
Yes.
You're agreeing with me by that, yes, I think.
I won't put an and if you're finishing, I'll do an and. If you're not finishing, I'll...
So here's my next question, which is the one you're going to disagree with. Do you accept... Well, I'll put it a different way. Had it been identified, obviously the applicant would be relying on that to say that it was more likely to attract investment and more likely to be a success, the Kent Science Park expansion. That would be fair, wouldn't it? Had it been identified expressly as a national cluster.
I don't actually think I would have been arguing that. I think had it been identified, I might have suggested, if you think about someone putting forward an application like this in Cambridgeshire, you would point to that and say, we're a national target authority, you should give us more weight because this is nationally significant. But from the point of view of the delivery of the Kent Science Park, I never anticipated or expected, and in fact anticipated that it wouldn't, if you look at my proof of evidence, be within one of those national clusters. And actually, I don't think, I mean, if you were saying the national cluster said the government was going to give them 100 million to expand it, then obviously that would improve the deliverability of the site. But generally, I don't think it makes any difference to the case about deliverability. Right.
So, therefore, I'll put the question to you, but I know what the answer can be. Do you accept Mr. Pestel's point, which is his point, that other areas, including the Golden Triangle, having been identified as nationally significant, it means that there's now greater competition from those areas as against the Kent Science Park? Do you accept that?
No. I mean, I think the Kent Science Park's position in that national ecosystem, those places are competing for that investment anyway. Those places are coming forward. And I just think Kent Science Park is in a completely different market to those things.
Thank you. I hope that makes the case clear. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I've just got two things, and they're both clarifications.
I've got one, so I'll go after you.
After me?
Yeah.
Mum, if it helps, we don't have any questions.
Oh, sorry.
That's
we
okay.
did say at the beginning. So I was going to ask you before all that toing and froing.
I was just confirming off the back of what we've heard since.
You don't know. Okay. So the first one. We talked about the Thames Gateway, which is now called the Thames Estuary, and I think you said that they have slightly different areas, didn't you?
Yeah. So the Thames Gateway as defined in RPG 9A and defined in the council's local plan, effectively stops at Sittingbourne. So it stops halfway through Swale, and that's what's in the local plan as the Swale part of it is the primary area for investment. The Thames Estuary Forum and the Thames Estuary Commission went right out to through Thanet and Canterbury, and on the north side of the river. I can't remember off the top of my head, but probably as far as Southend and places. So the Thames Estuary Forum area and the Thames Estuary Commission is a wider area.
And presumably the Thames Gateway, you said it stops at Sittingbourne, but it includes, I think it includes the site, doesn't it?
It includes the site as shown on the plan and in the local plan. Yes.
So it would also be, but the site
in
would
both.
also be in, yeah. Thank you. And the other thing is, I think I sort of asked, but R&D, research and development. So we've heard some of the evidence talks about science and technology. Are they the same thing? I think
Yes.
you might have said yes before, but I'm just checking.
Yes, they are.
All right, thank you. Any other names?
As far as I know, those are the only two in the Employment Land Review and the.
People in white coats. That's what.
Yeah.
Oh well, I suppose I could ask. Hang on. Is advanced engineering? Where does that fit in?
Advanced manufacturing doesn't fit
yeah.
easily into either of the two categories, partly because it's fairly ill-defined, but it's more like industrial and logistics than it is like science and technology, albeit you could have a science and technology business doing research and then doing manufacturing on the same site.
What is it then?
It's identified separately in the Savills report.
Okay, so is there a reference where I can look up?
Yes, I'll dig it out for you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm struggling to find it. Can I
Yeah.
can I let you know after
Yeah.
I've had a chance to?
And again, similar question. Any other terms that I should know about for industrial and logistics?
No, I don't think so.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You like references to the plans of those the estuary versus gateway areas.
Yes, please.
So, the estuary area.
Yeah.
So this is the estuary one, the larger one. Reference core document 28.2.4, which is a technical report from the Estuary Growth Commission.
Yeah.
And within that document, it is pages 9 and 10 have a detailed plan of what they consider the estuary area to be.
you.
That's the estuary. And then the gateway, probably the safest place, I mean, you've seen this plan in different places, but the RPG 9A is core document 16.13. And
Is that still
it's not
current?
it's not extant, but well, you'll hear about it, but it's just for a map of what the gateway was.
Yes. No, I just wondered whether, like, part of the southeast plan, the thing relating to one of the policies there is extant, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Thames Basin Heaths. I just wonder whether.
don't think we think it has any formal holdover status, but it's really just to see the map as to what the area was. And I now can't find the page with the map. Hang
On
on.
advanced manufacturing,
Yes.
There it is.
called document 28.1, so the Savills report,
Yeah.
paragraphs 7.2.17 and 7.2.18.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the map, if you've got that reference, the
Yeah, I've
the
got
map
that.
is the very last page before the end of the RPG, so you can compare and contrast those two areas.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nicholas.
Oh, gold. I can't. I'm sorry. It's the last page. I can't see on my browser, but it's right at the end, obviously. That was that. Re-examination. Just one question. The thrust of my learned friend's questions to you were about the methodology of the Savills report in respect of both the R&D uses, or demands, needs, and also R&D, and also in industrial and logistics as well. It was all that was and the extent to which that had been endorsed or not endorsed, or what inspectors had said about it, etc. That was the thrust of it. So I want to just do in re-examination, just take a big old step back and ask you to imagine, just for a moment, not suggesting this is actually going to happen, but imagine that the inspector metaphorically took the Savills report, tore it up and threw it in the bin, and put absolutely no weight at all on it and thought it was a piece of old rubbish. Just imagine that. And now I want to ask you about what your conclusions would be in those circumstances, what you'd be asking her to recommend to the Secretary of State in terms of Chapter 6 of the NPPF and all the stuff that's set out in your conclusions. Would it make any difference to your conclusions, and if so, what?
I don't think it would make any difference to my conclusions on industrial and logistics. By the way, I still stand by my position that it was a reasonable methodological approach.
I do appreciate that.
So I just want to restate that, because I'm not here to throw Savills under a bus. I think it provides useful evidence as part of a range of evidence to look at. But leaving that aside, I think on industrial and logistics, it makes no difference. The industrial and logistics assessment that Mr. Pestel's undertaken and is in the Employment Land Review clearly identifies need at a very similar level to Savills at the bottom end, but the bottom end is sufficient to demonstrate need for the industrial and logistics. On the science park, I do think it's genuinely useful and adds weight in terms of the science and R&D. Thank you. Because we don't have a quantitative assessment of that, and as I went through on the looking at the industrial strategy, it is trying to very, very significantly increase investment in those areas. As Mr. Pereira agreed, there's clearly a link between that investment and demand for property and those types of uses. And I think it's useful to have that illustrated at a high level. But generally as well, obviously the NPPF doesn't say says you should support clusters. All of the qualitative aspects of what the NPPF tells you to look like, I think we demonstrate anyway in the application and our application documents.
So, in a nutshell, then, is the extent to which the applications are consistent with Section 6 of the NPPF? I'm trying to summarise from memory what the Secretary of State wanted to know about.
Yeah.
Is that to any extent contingent on the Savills report?
No, it was one part of my overall evidence and a relatively small part.
Well, that's that. That was it, Madam. Thank you very much.
to have finished.
You can never tell the way these things are going to go.
It's
Enjoy the
Mr. Young's.
sunshine.
It's Mr. Young's inspiration. We've all been influenced by him and getting on with things.
Right, well, we can't really do anything else today, can we? We haven't got anyone here to, so I think probably, and we have been going since 9, I suppose. No, we haven't, 11. It's not so good. Feels like 9. So we will stop now then. So unless there's anything else, we will adjourn till 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank
Could
you.
I just say through you, Madam Inspector, that I'm eternally grateful for the Swale Council staff for keeping us cool today, because I was really not looking forward.
Austin, yes.
No, that's been really good. I don't
Yeah.
know who it is, they're not here, but thank you.
Absolutely.